Buff Nation, what's going on? All of my BWBs, my bandwagon buffs, I hope y'all are doing well on this here Sunday, the day after the Alamo Bowl spanking. How y'all doing? I hope everybody's well. I hope everybody is doing good. I just want to say a few words because I'm hearing different things. I'm seeing and hearing different things. So I said, let me go live. Let me come on here. Didn't plan to do it. But I said, let me go ahead and go live and let me give the community, myself, some time to figure all of this out. Like, what really went wrong? What happened? And I want to know if I can come to some type of conclusion that can help me to understand that Alamo Bowl butt whooping that we took. And what does it mean? And where do we go from here? That's why I wanted to come on here and talk to you guys. And hopefully I will get some of y'all to talk to me because I'm streaming at a very weird time. It is like 1:53 East Coast time. Most people will be in church, especially if you go to the black church. If you go to a white church like mine, you would have been out of church and had time to relish in your day. But if you go to a black church, I'm sorry that, and I hope none of y'all are watching me at church. Okay. You've already taken your either your first or your second tithe. Okay. You're going in for the love offering. And I hope you're not watching me doing all of that. But welcome to the show. I appreciate you joining me on today. I'm a little bit, I'm reeling from the whole loss because it's not easy as a commentator and as a fan of Colorado football, and now as a fan of Big 12 football, because now we gotta, this is our home, this is our house, and we have to respect it as accordingly. We is us, Big 12 against everybody. Then you go to a little bit of micro, and then you go to Colorado versus everybody. So I hope you understand. But I wanted to talk about the idea of what happened, get some understanding, and just maybe this is another form of mourning and mourn with me because the way that we lost, it was bad. It was really bad. And you don't expect that on a big day. Wild Dog, what's up, man? I hope all is well with you, Wild Dog. It was just a few hours ago I was streaming, me and my panel, and then it ended up being me and Panda. We had a great conversation at the end. But now that I've gotten a little bit of sleep, all right, in the same location, different outfit and whatnot. But now that I've gotten some sleep, I want to come on here and I want to have a conversation just to understand and make sense of everything that's going on. So let's talk to me if you can. Please don't be watching me at church. I don't know what kind of church you got. My son is out downstairs making a lot of noise, so I had to scream at him. So what happened? What happened during this game? What went wrong? Let's talk about the good, the bad, and ugly, and the implications of all of that. Okay. First, should we do it backwards and go the bad or the ugly? Let's start with the ugly first, and then we'll come to the good. Because then by the time we get to the good, we can kind of talk about what the implications are and how good this stuff is. The one thing I don't want to for people to start doing is to start making excuses for Colorado. This is part of the ugly. All right? This is part of the ugly. No excuses. We got our butt handed to us, whooped. No answers, no answers. 。 . 。 . 。 . 。. 。. 。. 。. 。. 。. 。. 。. 。. 。 . . . . . . . . . 。 . . . . . . . . 。 . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . 。 . . Again, it's one of these things where if you follow the team closely as myself and this community follows this team, you've come to learn that Colorado is has gotten this really bad habit of playing from behind. Really bad habit. Like almost like we don't understand the moment. Almost like we can't take in the gravity of the moment. And we don't understand it. And we go out there on that field and we just lay an egg for the first quarter and then we hope you know to come back. Part of the ugly. Okay, it's ugly football. And the reason why this is not a good thing is because you have dynamic players on your team. When you have the package that we have, your expectations for the package to perform and to show up on time, ready to go, that expectation is high. And everybody else's expectation is high. And you have to imagine as a sports fan, as a sports journalist, as a sports analyst and broadcast, the people that are outside of the people that just are the fans, those people, you can imagine how disappointed the fan base and those people can be and start spewing stuff against Colorado's fan base and say, your team or Travis Hunter is not him. You have to put that into the equation. When they start saying you guys are all clicks and views, you're not anything. This is all part of the ugly. And it's Sunday, so I got to put it in my preaching voice. You have to eat it. You got to accept it. When people start to say Travis Hunter was just snaps, nothing else. I ain't talking about us fans. I'm not saying what we already know about Travis Hunter, because Travis Hunter cannot throw himself the ball. Travis Hunter cannot do everything on the team. So, but what I'm trying to get you to understand is this. Please understand that as fans, the fans don't care about how the other fan base thinks or what they think. A lot of this stuff is results oriented. Results oriented. We're still in the ugly. We're going to do the good, the bad, the ugly. I'm doing it backwards because I want to get the ugly, the bad, and the good, and then I get to the good so we can talk about some of the good stuff. Because I think I do a pretty good job here talking a lot about the good, but it has not been good. It got ugly. And this is what I want to make sure that we understand from the fan base and from the outside looking in. I'm going to play multiple parts today. When you're on the outside looking in and you have the Heisman Trophy and you've been making noise about having the best quarterback in college football, and then you say, well, wait a minute. When former President Obama says, you guys are just a two-man team. And then we go out there, we say, well, look, we got LeJohntay Wester, we got Jimmy Horn, we got Stoudemire, we got Gustav, we got our defense is playing good. We got Chitto, and we had Nakai Hill Green, we got BJ Green, we got a lot of green, right? When we start listing the other players and we start saying, well, this is who we are, this is what we got, and we are a solid team. If this is the case, because most teams, even BYU, you cannot name two, should I even say two? Name one player from BYU. Most teams are not afforded superstars. Most teams have serviceable players. That means they have good players that can play D1 football, and then they're coached to the rest of the way. Most teams are not privy and blessed with superstar players, especially Heisman level player. When you are Heisman mean you are the best football player in all of college football. And there's a consensus with the vote. There are people that understand, like, okay, if you are voted Heisman, you are voted as the number one player in all of college football. All of the fan base, please hear me out. All right? Please hear me out. Understand where I'm going with this. We are a member of the largest body of college football. We are a member of the bigger body of college football. We're not in a cocoon. We don't live in a vacuum. We are not in a bubble, Colorado bubble. We get the most attention, but we do not live outside of this body of college football fan base. We're part of this. So we have to take into consideration how other people feel about us, especially when we show up and lay an egg like the way that we did with BYU. You have to understand, no longer can we sit back and defend everything like, oh, no, you're not. Oh, we listen. This is college football. This is sports. The barbershop talk, the internet talk, you're going to have to eat it. We're going to have to own all of it. Ain't no excuses, bro. Everybody got 24 hours. Everybody got the same time. Colorado had the same exact time that BYU had, and all of the players had to do all of the activities the same time. We're still talking about the ugly. So there is no excuses. We're not going to make no excuses. We got our butts handed to us. And please excuse me if I'm ignoring the chat real quick. But I got to get this monologue out. And then if anybody wants to come on here and talk with me, help me to make sense out of this. Help me, because I'm in pain. I'm feeling the hurt, the stench of defeat from a fan that has invested so much time and energy into making content and upholding our guys on the internet, catching strays, bah, 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 everywhere. No matter where I go, from my emails, from my texts, from my guys telling me this and telling me that. I have made friends. I have made enemies. I need help this morning from my community. Because I need to make this, I need to understand, and I need to make sense out of all of this. So right there on my screen, I put the email there because I don't want to just have this long monologue by myself, or I don't just want to be on here just talking by myself. Maybe there are other fans. You can work. Just work. Don't worry about it. Maybe there are other fans that feel the same way that I feel. And if you do, and you went to church already, or you're a heathen, you're agnostic, you drink eggnog. I'm sure that's not what it means. If you drink eggnog, then that means you don't believe in God or whatever that, agnostic, whatever that. If you are free, you're not working, and you want to come on here and say, Harry B, man, I feel what you're saying, and help me to mourn. I want you to come on here and help me out. Because I got to make sense out of all of this. Hey, you look, TH, man, you are on one right now. I literally have this thing queued up. Yo, it all started with this, guys. I'm telling. Oh man, I had it already. I just had to share the screen. Click on the right screen, bruh. When I saw this, I said, we're in trouble. Look, bruh, when I saw Ralphie do this, I said, it's about to be a long night. Ralphie said, this is for the birds. This ain't for the buffaloes. Bruh, when I saw, yo, TH, man, look, I know it's your turn. I know it's your turn. Relish in your turn. I get it. I respect it, TH. I respect it. And I'm here as a man to let you know I respect it. And I deserve it, my guy. I know. So let me have it. I get it. I respect it, my guy. I ain't gonna be one of those fans or analysts, YouTubers that's gonna come on here and make a bunch of excuses. I am not one of those guys. We're going into year number 3 now, guys. And I told you. I told you that after year 3, or in year 3, we're going in. No more excuses. All right? No more excuses. We got to own everything now. You've had 2 solid years. Well, maybe 1 solid, 1 and a possible, 1.5. But now year 3, you got to own it. So the ugly, we could not run the ball. Once again. Colorado did not run the ball. We were in the red zone. We were in the red zone. We were at least 10 yards, maybe 7-ish away from the end zone. The 7 yards where quarterbacks that are elite, number 1, they wield their power and say, I see the end zone, and I don't care what it takes. I'm getting into that end zone. And friends, families, countrymen, bandwagon buffs, we did 2 silly plays, and then eventually we kicked a field goal where Mata missed. And Mata don't miss! Mata don't miss! Help me, Lord, this Sunday. Mata missed. It was ugly. Quarterbacks pray for situations to be that close and to smell the end zone. And they will blank out. I know quarterbacks that will blank. Listen, I've been watching football for a very long time, and I've seen some of the greats. Maybe I'm new to college football, but football I've been watching since 1989 when I came to America, not knowing how to speak that good of an English. It was broken like, hey, my pikin, when I was speaking Liberian, Brooklyn English, but I started watching football. And my dad, he says, no, this is that. He says, this is that. This is a field goal that would take it back 12 yards. When? I was young, but I started watching football. I've been watching for a very long time. I've seen quarterbacks that when they smell blood, oh boy, you can sit back. If it's your quarterback that you know that's like that and they smell blood, the Michael Vicks, the Ronald Cunninghams, the Cam Newtons, even though I said 1989, the Cam Newtons, the Joe Montanas. It's not just the black guys, the Joe Montanas. When they smell blood, you get them within 20 yards of an end zone. You can do one of these, sit back and just say, touchdown. It's a wrap. We did that. And we could not get 2 yards to make a first down. Mm. It was ugly. It was ugly. Somewhere in that locker room, they decided that we don't have a run game. So when we get to a goal line, we're not going to hand the ball off to our running backs that can literally just walk. I mean, momentum alone, momentum is a part of the nuance of playing football. So what happens, Harry B? Break it down for him. Break it down. You're not buffed in prime and you don't know gaps and A's and B's and no, but you understand momentum football. You know enough, Harry B, where you know that if you have a bunch of fat kids in front, that's called the trenches, and you have this thick running back and you hand him the ball and say, go through this, we're going to push this line forward, and your momentum will get us a few yards because the yards are just this wide. So we'll push you and we'll get those 2 yards and we can continue playing football. Friends, our coaching staff says, we don't believe in you, running backs. We don't care about you, running backs. We don't trust you, running backs. So we're going to do what we're going to do is not run. We don't care about that because we know that it's not going to work. We don't trust our run game. So we didn't run the ball. Not once. Not twice. Not any. 0 time in that situation. It was ugly. The number one, I'm going to put up air quotes because at this point, we got questions. Because what's going to happen now is that when we go to the NFL combines or when we are having these pre-combine conversations, then the questions that are coming out, the strengths, the weaknesses, the nuances, the mechanics, those things that we start discussing, these questions are going to come out. The thought process, how quick you think, getting rid of the ball, holding on to the ball too long. I understand game number one. Let's fast forward real quick. I understand game number five. I understand game number 5. But my guy, you cannot go into press conference after press conference after press conference after press conference after press conference saying the same thing. Let me vent. Let me get it out, guys. I am a fan. I know I'm a YouTuber. I'm an influencer. But let me get this out today. The Texas truth, man. I'm beyond her. Oh, he said, "Calm down, Harry." I'm calm. I'm calm. Trust me. You best believe I'm calm. I fast forwarded from game number 1 when we said, "Oh yeah, I understand. I hold the ball a little bit." But after I fast forwarded to game number 5, and I gave you game number 5 up to 5 games, and we'll give you that grace of 5 games to correct this one thing that we know is atrocious, that cast a dark shadow upon a group of fat kids, hamburger eating. I'm talking about the trenches, guys. The quarterback holding the ball Holding the ball too long cast a dark shadow on the attempts and the work that your fat boys, your burger eating, your bacon guys, your hogs, it casts a shadow on them when you hold the ball too long. So I give you 5 games. Game number 6, I'm not giving you. I ain't giving you game number 6, my guy. I'm not giving you game number 6, number 7, number 8, number 9, number 10, 11, 12, 13, the Alamo freaking Bowl. I'm not giving you that. It was ugly. Because what everybody's going to do now, and this is a human thing, that's what we do. We start pointing fingers. We start pointing finger. That's what we naturally do. We start pointing fingers. Elijah, do me a favor. Put some water in here, please. We need answers. Where are you going? Can you put some water in there? You're doing way too much. All I need is some water. You're doing too much. Just give me some water, please. We're pointing fingers because we need answers. Just like I'm looking for answers more so today. Because football is not that as complicated as some people think it is. Football is poetry in motion. Football is like poetry in motion. It's simply poetry in motion. And those who are at the elite level, at the Division 1 level, I don't want ice, just water. Just water. When you are at the Division 1 level, it's just poetry in motion. You've done this before. You've done it 1,000 times. All you're doing now is just going through the motions. I understand that there are better athletes, there are other things that goes on, nuances, blah, blah, blah. But look, mechanics can be fixed. We asked the question, hey, Shador, hey, you're at the combine, like for several games. Thank you. Game number 1, we're going to fast forward to game number 5. You said holding on to the ball was a problem. Is there anything that you can tell us? This is a real press conference. Let's put Shador through a real press conference. One where nobody gets to lose their job. One where I may lose a few subscribers because some people just don't understand what is going on. I'm okay with that. But let's put Shador and the team through a real press conference, like the real people's press conference. Like we have the opportunity to ask some real questions, and we say we're going to lift the veils, and we're going to say, to heck with whatever the decorum, to heck with professionalism. I want to ask you some serious barbershop questions. Let's do that. Shador, you're right here. I'm right here. We're all right here. Type your questions in the box. It's on your chest. You know you want to say it. I'm starting to get a little hype. Let me calm down because I said I was cool. So let's ask some real questions. Hey, Shador, I understand that 5 games, you say you had some mechanics to work on as far as holding the ball too long. But what happens with game number 1, number 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13? What happened to 7 games where you continue to make the same mistakes of not throwing the ball away? I understand the first time maybe we were trying to protect some stats, but after the Heisman Trophy award ceremony has ended, Shador, can you please tell us, the fan base, the people, can you please tell us what it is that is still keeping you from getting rid of the ball quicker? That's the first question. We have grace, so we're going to give you 6 games. But what happened to the other 6 games where you were still holding on to the ball? Like, you did not work on any of those mechanics of getting rid of the ball, or nobody in that locker room had the wherewithal to say, okay, enough is enough, Shador. This is the game plan. If you get any pressure, you feel anything, I don't care what is in your freaking brain, get rid of the daggone ball. Throw it away, and let's live to fight one more down. What is it that is inside of your brain that will make you not want to throw that ball away? Because we know that if you throw the ball away, guess what happens? We do not go back 15 yards, 20 yards, and have to kick a 35-yard field goal. It could have been shorter. What is it, Shador, that for 12 straight games, that you could not fix one mechanical thing that was wrong with your game, and you and your dad acknowledged it? Why is it that you couldn't fix that one thing? Please, can you answer that question respectfully? The ugly. When somebody don't understand what that means, the text of truth said, can you please reiterate that when we're saying mechanics, we don't mean throwing form. We're talking low things, throwing ball away, be quicker. Yes. I didn't know that there are people out there that don't understand that. Yes, we're talking mechanics. We at the pre-combine, and we get the fans that get the mess up. You know how you got that song? They don't mess up and let the GDs in. They don't mess up and let the BWBs in. They gave us a microphone and say, okay, we're not going to talk about professional guys that have to think about their company. People calling on the slide and saying that guy was disrespectful, please fire him. We're on YouTube. We don't care. We get to ask you some serious questions from a fan base perspective, and you have to answer. Take off the veil, all the stuff that you have made, all of the press stuff that you have to say. We are in the barbershop and we're talking to you, and we're saying, man, my gosh, oh my goodness, we give you 6 games, but daggone it, what happened to the other 6 games? And we've been crying for you to fix this one daggone thing. Get rid of the ball. Be quicker. Get rid of the ball. We understand what you're going to say now. Well, you're not on the field. You don't understand. The game is faster than you see it. But this was happening. So whatever the defense is giving me, that's what I'm trying to take, Okay, but what about losing 20 yards when we were right there? You lost 20 yards. If you don't go back 20 yards, then maybe we can decide to go for it. We only got 2 yards to go. Maybe then we decide to go for it on 4th and 2. Real questions. This is our chance. Put your questions that you want to ask Shador in there. Mechanics, now we are at the combine, and they're going to be asking him these questions. They're going to be asking these questions. Hey, why did you ever get rid of the ball? Why was that such a thing for you? We know that you're an accurate guy. We know that, but you've been playing a lot of hero ball. Now that you're coming to the NFL, listen, man, we don't need no heroes, because everybody here is the creme de la creme. We don't need you to be a hero. All we need you to do is manage the game well, because everybody here is on equal footing, and we need you to be a game manager. Okay, we've exhausted that question. We understand the nuances that goes into the game. We're mere YouTubers. What do we know? We don't know anything. We sit back, we watch it from a bird's eye view, and that's it. You know better. We've never played the game. Look at how fat my face looks. I'm a fat slob sitting in my living room talking about college football, and you are a professional rich man out there playing the game. Who the heck am I? We write the checks. You see how dark I am? By the way, I'm darker than this. The camera takes off 10 pounds of blackness. I'm blacker in real person. I think I'm going to work out this year. I'm lying. Who are we? We're just the fan base. We don't know anything about football. We're just the fan base. But we just ask you questions like, hey, my guy, for 12 games, 13 freaking games, my guy, you can't change one thing? He said, Father of Two said, I say that every year too. Yeah, I think this year I'm definitely working out. If I just get off this camera right now and do 10 push-ups, New Year's resolution, done. Anyway. But now this is real, man. This is like, we're the fans. This is real. Mechanics, we're just asking for a few. Like, hey, Shador, get rid of the ball quicker. Throw it away. Throw it away. Getting rid of the ball quicker and throwing it away are two different mechanics. Two separate mechanics. Because you as a quarterback, you take 3 steps back. You have to know in your head where that ball is going and do it quick. It's like being on the goal line. You are in your own end zone. You know they're coming. You ain't got time to sit there and process everything. Take 3 steps back, throw the ball in a direction. It got to go somewhere, anywhere. And maybe take a step back and run. Oh, Shador. Another question we have. We understand that you want to be like Tom Brady and all this good stuff. We love it. Aspire to be like the greats. But my gosh, as much as you love the pocket, can you step outside of it for a few times for me, my guy? Can you please, for the love of college football, step outside of the pocket? I saw it a couple of times. It's like almost like you heard me saying it during the live game commentary. Like, hey, Shador, you can run for 2 yards. Hey, Shador, step out of the pocket, run forward. And you did it a couple of times, and guess what? It worked. Every time you step forward as opposed to stepping backwards, I've made videos about this. Every time you step forward as opposed to going backwards, you understand after your 3 steps, instead of taking 3 more steps backwards and giving them time to converge on you, if you were to just step out, step in, there are opportunities there. I've seen quarterbacks do it time after time. Dylan Raiola killed us with it. So don't tell me, Harry B., you're just a fat slob on YouTube. You don't know nothing about no football. Yeah, I am a fat slob on YouTube, but I know that I've seen other quarterbacks do it. And if you're supposed to be the best out of all of these quarterbacks, then why don't you do it? Calm down, Harry. Dylan Raiola just got to college. You've been there for 4 years. So you would think that your mechanics would understand that, oh my goodness, I don't need to be told. I don't need to be told. Let me put that make my part of my game. Let me just run forward. Step inside of the freaking pocket. This is how I cope. Frustrated fans out here just looking at our great quarterbacks and just wish that he would just adjust and make a few changes to his game. Stop being so stubborn. We know that you're the best. We know your dad is the GOAT. What in the world? I love goat meat with curry. Man, listen to certain people telling you, man, look, you're about to go to the NFL. And these things that we're telling you, man, Michael, walk away, please. Yes, you can. You can have some. Tell Elijah to open it. People are saying certain things, and if you are going to be the greatest quarterback one day, just a few things we're asking, bro. Like you can love the pocket, but you got to be aware to step outside of it every now and then. I remember one conversation you had with your dad, and your dad is like, bro, you're going to have to run this game. And then when you ran, it all worked. And then in this BYU game, 3 times I saw it. 3 times you step inside the pocket, you made a run for it, and it worked. 2-3 yards, you got it. So when we're in the red zone, you do the same thing like those other quarterbacks from Georgia Tech, from the same guy that you were playing against. He did the same thing. Every time they converged on him, he had a split second to go inside. Instead of going backwards, he went forward. Instead of going backwards, he went forward. Instead of going backwards, he went forward. Because of momentum. It's physics, I think. Is it physics? If the direction that this speed is coming, you ever see those people that do ball fighting or the ball dancing or whatever? When the ball is rushing them, do you think they keep going forward? I mean, backwards? Or they just wait for the right time to go boom, boom. Shador goes backwards. And I'm sitting here like, I know I'm African, and I just started watching football in 1989. But my brother, is the man supposed to go backwards when you're being chased? Do you dodge the man and you go forward, or do you go backwards? You keep going backwards now. Something in my brain is telling me this guy is wrong. Or because if you are going backwards, his momentum is going to carry him forward, and he's going to get you down. So it is ascertain to keep going backwards all the time, knowing that physics says that if you go to the left or you go to the right or you step inside of the pocket, they will come blow past you. And all of a sudden you're free to run. Hey, that is American football. You have got to do pigskin. Oblong ball made of pigskin. American football, oblong ball made of pigskin. All right. Okay. I'm only a couple of questions in, and I'm starting to feel lighter. I'm starting to feel better because I feel like, hey, man, answer some of these daggone questions that we got out here, man. We are here. We your fans, man. We love you. TH, I'm not losing. I'm here. Oh, bro, 13 games and the same mechanics, same things. And I'm like, bro, so now when you go to the combine, they ask you those questions. How are you going to answer those questions? We know you smart. We know you accurate. But you're casting a dark, dark shadow on your O-line because there is no O-line that is perfect. They made you 9-3. You were dominating teams that you were supposed to lose to. UCF. I mean, you beat teams that you were not supposed to beat because of your O-line. So you can't sell me a story that you didn't have an O-line. Somebody commented earlier on one of the videos that says that they got to, I think it was Viral Authority. Yes, it was Viral Authority. He said they got to design better plays for the O-line. There is no perfect O-line. I'm telling you, there is no perfect O-line. So you're not going to get a perfect O-line. So what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to design plays to help your O-line to be more aggressive. I've said this over and over and over again. Yeah, I know, and respectfully, I know that Shermer is trying to get his NFL thing back, just like Bill Belichick. He's now into college. I know they're all trying to get their college, get back to the NFL eventually. But bruh, it's not working. Shermer is not working for this college game that we need. I mean, come on. Like, how is it that we're creating so much havoc? We're seeing so much havoc being created, by BYU, and we're just playing vanilla football. Are you kidding me? We're literally playing vanilla football right in front of these guys that are havoc creators. They're confusing us. We don't know who has the ball. When they hand the ball off, another question. I thought we were done with the questions, Harry B. Oblong ball made of pea skin. Oblong ball made of pea skin. Why is it that when you hand the ball off, you do it so nonchalant, I don't care, lackadaisical? Please give me more American words. My picking your see where you been doing it. The see where you can hand the ball off. Hey, I had to go to my Liberian English. What kind of see where you handing the ball off like that? Oblong ball made of pea skin. You hand the ball off and you're like this. Who does that? Where they do that at? Like my Brooklyn dudes would ask you, yo, son, where they do that at? How you standing there? You a quarterback. How you standing there and you handing the ball off and you're showing your hand like this with these young, hungry hyenas rushing you, going 13 miles per hour, and you're showing them where the ball is going, and you're standing there handing the ball off lazily, like you don't understand that college football is not played like this. I didn't play a lick of college football. My brother did, but I didn't. But we know, and we watch the game, and we know that you don't hand the ball off and stand there like, here's the ball, go ahead and run. We know you tuck the ball in, you go down center. I'm used to seeing quarterbacks, they're going down center. Get this chair out of my way. Down. And they're looking around. You ever see Shador look like this? Never. Down. Set. Blue. 22. Huh. And they're hiding the ball. They don't even know. They're hiding the ball and they're doing stuff like this. They're doing stuff like this. They tuck the ball in. They don't even know who got it no more. And next thing you know, they're handing the ball off like that. Not our Shador. Here, take it. It's yours if you want it. Oblong ball made of pea skin. I told you I was fat. I'm out of breath. I'm working out this year. Why, Shador? Another question from the real fans. We want real answers out here. Why, Shador, for 13 games, when you hand the ball off, or let's just say this. Have you watched the number 1 draft pick from USC? Did you take any chance to watch one of his games? Any of his games? I don't know if he's doing that great with the Chicago Bears, but I'm just saying. Have you watched and just take one thing from his game? That kid is a magician. Boy, when he says hike, I have no idea where the ball went. But you know, I have one of these new TVs, these little LED LED TV or whatever they call them. Sometimes when they throw the ball disappears and it's spinning in the air and the TV like missed the ball. Not like that. Like, no, it wasn't that. That's not what I was watching. I was watching a magician. When Caleb Williams took the ball and he hiked it from his center, I said, but he doesn't even have the ball in his hands anymore. What happened to the ball? But he still has it. Like, he's like, the ball disappears. There's no more ball in Caleb Williams. And then all of a sudden, he comes out of nowhere. Dun, 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 dun. He hands it off. You think the guy that was running over there had the ball. Your eyes was on him the whole time because Caleb faked it to him. He said, dun, 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 dun. He put his hand over there like he handed it to him. So my eyes is like, oh my gosh, he's running, he's running. Here comes Caleb, the magician. He hands the ball over here. Touchdown. You're like, oh my Lord, what just happened? What did I just watch? I just watched a magician. Caleb, the magician. That was not a quarterback. That was a magician. When I watched Shador hand the ball off, the best quarterback in college football. Hike, oh God, we got to run again. They know I'm a passer. Here, take the ball, run it now. Are you satisfied, fan base, that we ran the ball? Are you ready? Okay, can we get back to passing now? And I'm like, what? What am I watching? What am I watching? I'm only is that 3 questions? I think I'm 3 questions in. 3 questions in. And for those of you who are confused, I'm just asking, I'm at the combine and I'm asking real questions. Somebody messed up and let the GDs in, not the GDs, the BWBs in. And it says, please, Harry B and all the BWBs, y'all get to ask some real questions. And we're not going to skirt around and get all of these polished, media answers. No, we want to know for real, for real. Why do you hand the ball off like a lazy old lady who has had her years? Like you don't care, like here. Why don't you learn from Caleb Williams? Why don't you learn from one of your quarterback counterparts or anybody in that freaking locker room that understands football? Because we got 127 years, we said, of NFL experience. Nobody ever says, Shador, hey man, when you're handing the ball off, hide it. Shador, do a little bit of a trickery. Do something with the ball so that we don't know who got it, so that when you throw your hand around, you're like, oh my gosh, we don't know where the ball is. We're hiding. The defense is being tricked. We don't do none of that. All right. So I just heard in my earpiece that the authorities at the combine are saying that our questions are too real. So they're taking our microwave. So no more questions at the combine. No more questions. That's the ugly. It was real ugly, the game. The bad. Coach Prime lost another Coach Prime lost another bowl game. These are starting to add up. These are starting to add up and do stuff that and start conversations that we don't want to have. Narratives are being created, and so the narratives that are going to go. This is the bad now. We talked about the ugly. It got real ugly. There's more ugly. But in case I want to bring people on after I'm done with this long monologue, I'll talk about some of the other uglies later. But for now, we'll leave the uglies alone. And let's just talk about the bad. It's going to look bad because now Coach Prime will have to answer questions, or he probably won't answer questions because people are respectfully are not going to ask, like, hey, why can't you win the big one? Do you think that's a fair question to ask? Hey, why can't you win the big one? Why can't you win the big one? You've been to the big dance. Congratulations. That's part of the good. All right. That's part of the good. You're able to get to the big dance, but we know you as prime. The reason why you're prime because it's your prime time. So you're prime as a player, but for some reason, your legacy as a coach is being overshadowed and is being marred with not being able to win the big one. You're being Charles Barkley. You're being Carmelo Anthony. You can't win the big one. Carmelo Anthony did win the championship in college. So we're talking about the big one, the big one. Why can't you win the big one? That's bad. It's bad. The bad. Okay, we're talking about the bad. It's bad. Why can't you win the big one? We do understand what goes into the preparation of winning the big one, what they understand, what it means to win the big one, how prepared you have to be. If you are prime, if you know what type of preparation that goes into getting your body ready, you know that when those cameras are on, you're going to be doing the two-step. You're going to be doing the step. You're going to catch a touchdown, run it back, and do everything you got to do. But as a coach, why is it that you can't get your men to get to that place focused, ready to go, bloodshot eyes, they're hunkering down like, dun, 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 like hyenas ready to kill? Why is it that you can't get your men to have that in their eyes? What is it about you as a coach? Because you as a player was a dangerous man. You as a player was dangerous. Why is it you as a coach, do you not have it inside of you to prepare men to have those bloodshot eyes, to have that Baylor effect? What is it about you as a coach that can't get these men to lock in and be ready for that big time, that prime time slot? What is it about you that you can't do that? You could do it as a player, but you can't do it as a coach. Your legacy is being marred by that. The question marks are going to come out. The bad. Shador is going to be asked a few questions. People are going to have questions online. They're going to question the Heisman. If you had the best players on your field, you had two of the best players. Why is it that they can't win important games? They can't beat anybody ranked. Ooh. Oh, that one hurt just a little bit. Why is it that Colorado, with the Heisman player, the best player in all of college football, why is it that they can't win a big game? Oh, that one hurt. It's a shot to the heart. It's bad. That's a bad one. People got questions. They're going to have a lot of questions. Lots of narratives. People are in corners saying, yo, I told you so. I told you he's not the best player. Ashton Genty, he had a bye, but I guarantee you, when Boise State catches, go into that game, I guarantee you they ain't about to come. Maybe they get blown out, but I guarantee you that Ashton Genty is going to look like a superstar. Shador looked like a third-rate quarterback. like we took him straight from Africa and said, this is pigskin this is an oblong ball made of pigskin. Throw it left, throw it right, throw it straight. Stand up and get the ball like this. And hey, straight from Africa and said, this is oblong ball made of pigskin. He looked like a third-rate quarterback. Are you kidding me? Like, he didn't know what he was doing. He was just running backwards, getting sacked, holding the ball too long. We got 5 yards to go. He's losing 20. And we're supposed to make the argument that he's the best quarterback. No excuses. All right, man. Let's go. I'm sending the link, guys. Let's go. I'm done. I'm ready for me to oh, my guys are ready to go. You guys, these guys are like, yo, Harry B, let me in, coach. Put me in. I'm putting y'all in. Let's go, guys. Let's go. I'm ready. I'm ready, guys. I'm done. I'm ready to just have you guys just wreak havoc. I got questions. I just need answers. I'm just trying to get some answers. But let's go. You're gonna hear some noises. My family's working. I'm taking their time. I'm smack in the middle of the living room, so they're gonna walk around me. It is. Y'all already know my family. Y'all see my beautiful wife and my beautiful children. Like Love and Liberty. My wife is beautiful. I'm married up. Stop playing with me. I want to go marry some tote. I want to go marry some tote, and be wondering like, who else is out there? Nope. I said, I'm gonna get her now. Stop playing with me. Anyway, let's go. I got questions. I need answers. Let's go, guys. I just sent y'all the link. Click on the link. Let's go. First guy on. See you, fan. What up with you? How you doing today?
Good morning, Harry. Or at least it's morning for me.
It's morning for you. Good morning, man. Thank you for coming on. Hold the line. Phil So Real, welcome to the show, brother. How you doing today, my guy?
Hey man, blessings, man. Hope everybody's doing well. Hey, listen, it's just football, but I'm here for the crash out. I'm here to watch it. It's gonna be fun.
Hey, man, that was the longest monologue ever, but I had to get it out.
It was, but hey, but sometimes you need that. It's okay though. It's okay though. We are here to support you. We know you're going through it. Some people feel the exact same way you feel. They just don't have a YouTube platform to say it.
That's cool. That's cool. Thank God for the blessings. Panda Bear, what up with you, man? It was you and me the last wee hours of the morning, and you back and I'm back. What's up, man? Thank you for coming back.
Harry, did you go to church today?
I did it on TV. I couldn't. I went to sleep too late.
I could tell because you chose violence today.
Yeah, I did. I chose
today.
Hey, but I just have to let you know that I do go to a white church, and we would be out before 12. So it's just like that. So I would have been out of church, but we did it on TV. We had a guest speaker, but we all good. Love and liberty. Let's bring him on.
How long is service normally for y'all? About an hour?
1 hour, and it's not even 1 second later, and we white, okay? So we got to be on time. Stop playing with me.
That's a blessing, man. God,
dude, I'm telling you right now. And speaking of white, let me bring on Love and Liberty. Love and Liberty, what up, man? With your beautiful wife.
What's up, Harry B? Good morning. I was so down. I'm driving to Austin today. We're gonna spend a couple of days in Austin, eat that good barbecue. I was feeling bummed out. I got a little bit of a headache from screaming my head off at the game yesterday. But man, let me just say, you have turned my mood around, Harry B. Listening to you for this drive from San Antonio almost to Austin, you've turned my mood all the way around, my guy. I love listening to you, Harry B. I appreciate you, man. So it's good to be here.
Hey, man, I appreciate you, man. And thank you for coming on, guys. Let's have a conversation. And whoever else want to come on here, I am willing. Listen, I pay for the extra panel members. So if y'all want to come on here and let's have a whatever party, I want to hear all of the different thoughts and whatever. I want to hear it all. So let's have a conversation. Because I got questions. And what I did by myself, I want to ask y'all, we're at the combine.
Liberty a question.
No, hold on. We're at the combine. They gave us the microphone. They said, we don't care. Go ahead and ask your regular people questions. What questions do y'all want to ask? See you, fan. You have the microphone. What questions? You got one question to ask. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, Harry, there's a lot I need to say. But I've been saying a lot of this stuff from the very beginning. I've been the guy that has been, since I showed up at your show, been saying these things about Prime, Shador, Shiloh, and many other things. But the one thing that I want to ask Prime is, when are you going to evolve? Because you're not evolved. You didn't evolve from first year to second year. You need to evolve. It's no longer a I'm going to evolve next year. It's you must evolve as a D1 coach next year. You if you don't evolve next year, and we see the same thing, it just shows you that you're just an average coach. You're not a coach that is capable of winning championship games. You might win games, but you're not going to win championship games. And in this case, this was a potential championship game. against BYU, because that's what everybody thought when we were going to win against Kansas, and we got beat up there. So to me is, when are you going to evolve, Prime? Because I'm tired of seeing people say the confidence is oh, he's just confident in his nature. His confidence has become arrogance at times, and that arrogance puts him in a situation that his evolution as a coach, it interferes now. And to me is, you need to get past your sons now and put yourself in a situation that you're going to be a D1 coach. No more favoritism, because there's heavy favoritism in what was going on these past 2 years. And you need to put the best players out there and stop trying to figure out, I like his heart. As much as I like his heart, he isn't the best player. Like, to me, and we got a lot, like, for instance, we got a lot of kickers next year. And if I see Mata being the best kicker out there, I'm going to explode. Okay. We got a lot of good kickers. Okay.
We're going in on Matak? Oh, Lord.
Yes.
Hold up.
This
Matter
Hispanic
has
on Hispanic
saved us a
violence,
lot of
man. What's
times,
going
bro.
on?
I don't understand.
Panda, you're not next though, bro. Let's try to keep the line.
But that's what I'm looking for. That's the question I'm asking. Are you going to evolve? Because if you're not going to evolve and you're going to play the same stupid bull that we've seen this year and last year, then we're just going to win games. We're never going to be a championship team.
All right. So, is there any pushback, Phil? Do you want to push back and then go in, or do you want to ask your own question and just leave CU fans' question on the board and just go?
I'm gonna leave CU's fan questions on the board because I feel like my question is gonna be like deep. So I just want to be egotistical and get to what I gotta say.
Go ahead. You got the board.
Yeah, this guy.
What I would ask Dion is, what internal reflection or introspection have you made over the past 3 years of being a college football coach? What have you? What revelations have you made about yourself, and what changes are you going to make about yourself that will make Colorado fans feel confident that we can win a bowl game next year?
Isn't it reminiscent of what CU fan is asking?
Pretty much.
In some ways, yeah.
He just want to say it nicer. You know how you want.
He want to put sweet words together.
Yeah, because he hangs on the belt line. That's what he's trying to say.
So he's more diplomatic with it. CU fan wants to go for the jugular. Phil wants to make it more poetic.
Wait.
Take more panel members, so I'm trying to keep it to the 30 seconds.
Are we not being real though? Because you were being real. When we listened to you, Harry, the whole monologue, weren't you being real? So why can't I be real here?
No, I'm not saying you can't be real. I'm just making a distinction between what you are saying and what Phil is saying. I'm saying you went for the jugular, and he's trying to make it more poetic. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying don't be real. So Phil, you want to fill in a little bit of what you said? You want to give a little bit of commentary based on?
Yeah, I mean, just long story short, I would want to know, what does Dion feel he needs to do to change, and what changes has he made as a coach? Because he is quick to talk about what the coaching staff needs to do, what the players need to do. But I can't think of a time where he's been as bombastic about what he needs to do as a coach. To make sure his team is better.
It's on him.
Don't step on the audio. Let him wait. Fender, you're literally next, my guy. Hold it. Dang.
I'm trying.
I know you're trying, but try a little harder. Go ahead, Phil. Finish your thought. Sorry.
Pause. No, I mean that's pretty much it. I just want to know what he's willing to change to be better, because there is going to be a narrative out there that he can't win the big game because losing 2 Celebration Bowls when they have arguably the better team, and then going out and getting pumped by BYU, regardless of if BYU is a better team. They just look ill prepared and outmanned last night, and that's not something that we were expecting from Colorado last night. If they were going to lose, we didn't expect them to lose that way.
All right, Panda, you got 30 seconds. Go ahead with your question, and then you can follow up with what if you want to answer for him or whatever.
I want to skip my question and go to rebuttals.
Okay, go ahead. Who are you rebutting?
All of them. All of them.
Okay, go ahead. Fine. Go ahead.
I took out my belt on this one.
But you got 30 seconds. You can't go forever.
I'm gonna try. You're gonna have to reel me in as usual. Well, my question, if I was gonna ask, was Love and Liberty, since he was in the actual bowl game, was it things that, from his perspective, were he seeing different? Because they'll say you see it different when you actually there. That would have been my question I would have liked to ask. But overall, I think we are taking what Prime's saying in press conferences and making it football acumen. Going from a 4-win to a 9-win is an improvement, right? So we can't make it seem like he's not evolving as a coach. I think we undermine or devalue other coaches based on Prime's superstar status. That BYU coach is a phenomenal coach. They've been going to ball games. They were just out-coached and outplayed in this game. So we can't say in a year two to have this level of, oh my God, his legacy and it's a stain on his legacy. We all know, if we're being really transparent and honest, it takes 3 to 5 years to build a program. CU fans said his issue was put the best player on the team. If you do that, what happens is you then run into an issue of not developing the culture that you want. So it's a situation where he had to bring the vibrato because it was a 1-11 team and he needed to bring attention to the program. The first season, he didn't get to recruit because he still was playing at Jackson State. So we have to put the growth in context. Does he deserve criticism? Yes. He is bad with clock management. He's bad with sometimes the call selection. Even my biggest thing about yesterday was him not putting in the stars and the second and third stream guy.
Wait a minute. Let me rebuttal to that.
You can't rebuttal yet. We got a line of people. You'll get your chance again.
That's true. I think everything CU fans said is in perspective. As fans, we feel like that. My only concern is put it into football context in terms of it's only 2 years. So to win 9 games in 2 years, and this is the first year he actually recruited to have a roster. And we can see the holes in the roster and where the improvement means. Every critique, I think, is justly based on what we want him to be. But if we're talking about football growth, we're looking at 3 to 5 years.
All right. Love and Liberty. You want to rebuttal anything? You want to answer Panda's questions in your question? Rebuttal. Your turn, buddy.
All right. First, I'll answer Panda's question about what it looked like to me being there. And as soon as he said that, I had the thought right in my mind because I was thinking it the whole game, was that on offense and defense, especially defense, and with the exception of the 2 big Travis Hunter plays, take those plays out of it, every time I moved my eyes around the field anywhere, BYU was in position.
Wow.
If it was on defense, there were no gaps anywhere. Everywhere I looked, so I'm sure everywhere Shador looked, they were holding their spots down. They were in position. What that looked like on offense was the running backs kind of stuttering up behind the heels of their blockers, and their blockers were in position, squared up on the man they needed to block, and the running back would make one little move around them, get their 4 or 5 yards every play. So that was my takeaway was that, and it was the opposite for CU. Again, with the exception of those 2 Travis plays, every time I'd move my eyes around, we were getting slashed with huge open gaps on defense, or just our offensive line not being in position to make blocks. So though it was 2 total opposites of teams just holding it down, doing their job, and another team that just last night was not.
Hey, Harry, can I
Appreciate
ask a
that, man.
follow-up
Appreciate
question
that.
to that? Can I ask a follow-up question to that since Love and Liberty was there live?
Go ahead.
You can ask Love and
So-
Liberty, and then I want to go to CU fan.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I appreciate it. So, Love and Liberty, on the live last night, I brought up the speed differential, because at the beginning of the game, I was expecting to see BYU not be as fast as Colorado, especially going left to right across the field. But they seemed, at least on camera, like they were able to keep up speed-wise with Colorado. Being there live, what did it look like as far as speed? Did BYU seem to be just as fast as Colorado, or did they seem to be faster than Colorado? Kind of what did that look like being there live as far as the speed aspect is concerned?
On defense, they were on their assignments like wet blankets, and it looked effortless. It looked like their defense was playing, at 75% effort and just doing their job. On offense, I didn't see so much flashy speed on their offense, just steady, methodical, getting first downs. Every time they needed a first down, they just barely get it. And, same thing with Kansas, when you just barely get, and we'd have to go back and look at the stats and see how many first downs they had versus how many we had. But every time they just barely get a first down, it eats up the clock. So they were not flashy fast on offense, but they were methodical. Their blockers were in position, and the first downs looked effortless. Like they weren't even worried. Their fans weren't worried. And
that's a flex in itself right there. The fact that you're saying that's like a crazy flex for BYU. So that's interesting perspective that you're providing. So thank you.
And it is interesting. There was that one play that we called out where they all went for CU's defensive line's legs, and all of them fell down. And I was like, what the heck just happened? All of CU's defensive lines went down. And next thing you know, they're going for like a 15 or 20-something yard rush or whatever. But anyway, CU fan, you had a rebuttal because your name was polled. So go ahead, my guy.
Liberty didn't ask his question yet.
Okay, so the rebuttal was to
Love and Liberty. Well, no, I'll get Love and Liberty. He spoke. I'll get him. Go ahead, CU fan, and then DC wants to come on too.
Okay, so the rebuttal was you said Panda about he can't put in the best players because of the culture. Am I correct?
What I was trying to say, he needs to develop the culture. So if the best players are having issues of not watching film or stuff like that, I think if he caves to it and put the best players, it wouldn't give him the ability to establish the culture he's trying to go. Because remember, he's going from 1-11.
Okay,
Right.
I get what you're saying on that.
Okay.
But we had Marion Miller, a way better wide receiver than anyone that was starting. Okay, he was better than Wester, and from what you called him, Butterfingers, last night. Shepard, you called him Butterfingers. Omarion Miller has the most production out of any wide receiver out there. And he only played a certain amount of downs compared to any other wide receiver out there. Yes, I understand he got injured, but before then, he wasn't getting the play time that he should have been getting.
But what if he doesn't show it at practice, though? But what if he's not showing it at practice?
But see, that's something that was said last night, I believe. What you practice and what you're doing in practice doesn't mean what you're going to put on the field. Because if I what I'm seeing on the field, that Omarion Miller is an X factor. That man can do things. So why am I holding my X factor back? Why don't I have him out there?
But I guess
literally,
as a coach, I guess as a coach, you have to trust your judgment and say, well, if I can't trust him to follow
but
these
see,
assignments during the game, during practice, then how can I trust him during the game?
but
That is a
Omarion
fair
Miller didn't
question to
even have
have.
pads on, y'all. He didn't even have pads on last night.
No. He's talking about throughout the season. I know he's still injured from what was it? The Kansas State game or the
right.
Baylor
I mean,
game?
he had a
Yeah.
bad injury. I would not have played him either. I would have
No,
saved him
no,
next.
that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the whole season. Let's
Right.
get
No,
away
that's what I
from
said.
let's get away from the last night's game. I'm talking about the whole season, the whole perspective of putting the best player. Like for the first 3 games, we were seeing players that were like, and we were I don't know,
Alfredo being on the
screaming.
field is an
Yeah,
example.
get him off. Why do we still see him? Why is he still Trevor Woods getting beat? Why are we still seeing him? You know, it took like three games, maybe 4 games to finally say, you know what?
Nikhil Hill Green not being on the field.
Yeah,
That's another one.
But if they're
Jeremiah
not
Brown is
watching
on there.
film, Harry, I'll ask you this question too. If they're not watching film and doing the other little intricate things to make the coach trust you, why would you put them on the field when they haven't shown the capability to do it? Because remember, one go against
Thank you,
twos in
Panda.
practice, right? So
that's
if the
like
ones
saying
is going against the twos and they can't do it, why would I put them in the game? At some point, that's what I mean, culture. At some point, if you keep giving in, you wouldn't get a culture. You wouldn't get to Coach Saban. You wouldn't get to Kelly. So they establish a culture. We all talk about wanting Coach Prime to have a culture. So are you willing to sacrifice the culture to put the player in? That's my question.
That's a good question. I respect it, but let me get this on tape. Mississippi State is hiring Colorado offensive line coach Phil Lodeholt. Sources tell Steve R, and me for CBS Sports. Before Colorado, the ex Oklahoma and NFL offensive lineman was on staff at Oklahoma and Ole Miss, where he worked with Jeff Libby. Let me bring on DC. He's going to help Panda answer that great question that he had, or he can just ask his own questions. Love and Liberty, I know you haven't asked your question yet, but just hold the line. I'll get to you. DC, what up, man? Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you coming on this Sunday, this pop-up show.
Yes, I won't be able to be on long, but I just want to say, hey, let's just go ahead and deal with the good thing, and that is finishing the season 9-4, coming from 1-11 to 4-8. To 9-4 is not a small feat, so that's something to be celebrated. Now, some of the other stuff, we didn't see nothing that some of the we've talked about the pros, the cons. We didn't see nothing we hadn't seen, and we've always said that, hey, don't accept something in a loss that you wouldn't accept in a win, or vice versa. I'm probably saying it wrong. I think the thing I see is that you got to be careful with culture, because sometimes, Colorado has that thing of my concern with them is that sometimes it becomes more about the optics than outcomes. Y'all have heard me say that. Do you have people there? Folks don't know, and Love and Liberty, all of y'all will get this, is that, sometimes young people are not focused, and it takes a moment to force them into steel, to be able, that's my daughter's playing around, to be able to force them into something that's winning. I will tell you this, and again, not trying to make Prime Saban, because Prime is on that path. But there was a time where Coach Saban didn't let his players talk to nobody, nor even his assistant coaches, because of the fact of sometimes you have to create an environment where it's all about football. And when you see a player out there, when you're down 20 dancing, that says to me, this is not all about football. Now, that doesn't mean
You're talking about Shiloh. Let's just make it all the way out. It's Shiloh.
Hey, but I've seen some of those throughout the years. It's kind of like, so again, he is getting good players, but I mean, Panda, we 100%, we brothers, man. Mm-hmm. The culture, you did something, but now what do you do as the culture with the players? And then what do you do as far as increasing some of these coaching management things? I'll yield.
All right, Love and Liberty, if you're back, I want to get your question in. If you had a question, if you were to ask Coach Prime a real question, we're outside of the conference room, and we're like, we're the real people. We want to know some real, true questions, not that funny, go lucky stuff. We want to make sure we keep your job, blah, 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 blah. No, we're on YouTube. We're on dusty YouTube, okay? What is your question, please, to Coach Prime?
Hey, Harry B, can I get Coach Prime on the same panel with Shador and Shermer at the same time?
Yes.
Okay.
This is good. I like where you're going. This is
Okay.
good.
All right. Here's my question. I'll take the mic. On the count of 3, point at the person who refuses to call run plays.
Hey, don't do that. Don't do that.
Yes,
Hey, yo, that's smoke. I like that.
He came with the heat. He came with the heat.
I thought Panda was
yo,
some real
that
people.
was epic.
My God.
Wow, I was not expecting that one.
Hey, Uncle Neely not gonna ask that. Big Dog Chico not gonna ask
I'm
that
trying to
question.
get my press credentials because I'm 5 minutes down the street. I'm actively trying to get a press credential. And I feel like, I could be wrong, I feel like I know how to ask those questions in a way that's not going to get me blacklisted. But you never know. But it's not, I mean, it's like the 3 of you. I want to hear y'all all 3 at the same time explain the situation, because to this day, Isaiah Augustave is averaging 4.5 yards a carry.
Yo, that was good. I mean, that's a good one because I want to know too. Because I mean, I'm so tired of trying to understand it. Because I know that there are nuances, elements, and things going on in the locker room within the team structure that we don't understand. We get it. We're at a disadvantage. But can somebody just make sense? Like, how do we not run when we're averaging good yards when we do try to run? And if it doesn't work, why do we stop doing it right away?
But Harry, you could get 2 yards in a game. I mean, I could get 2 yards. I mean, hey, Phil's newborn baby could get 2 yards. So that's my concern.
Yeah.
But okay, but we're going back to the design of the play, because going up the middle, almost every run attempt, it is very basic. I mean, it's when in the shotgun formation, oh, let me do a draw real quick and give it a go up the middle and get stopped. I mean, it was the same basic play that everybody knows, that every team has seen. I mean, when they went through the 4th down conversion, I was like, oh gosh, here we go. I got a feeling we're not going to make it. We didn't make it.
I agree with you. I really agree with you on this point. I think what you're trying to say, there's no movement, no option, the line not moving or nothing.
No chaos. Hey, Phil, who said it? Was it Josh Pate or was it Joe Klatt that said that they got to create chaos?
It sounds like something both of them would say, but it's something I've also said before as well. Just talking about not even having that window
I heard Phil
before
say
the play starts.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, because again, you can. I hate to make it this simple because it's not this simple, but for people that play video games, you know you can run the same play out of like 5 different formations, and so there are different ways to get creative with the formations that you're running the play out of, as well as the pre-snap looks that you give. And so I think Shermer is just not doing that. And that could just be a part of his offense. You look at the Texas offense with Steve Sarkisian. You look at the SMU offense. I know they obviously lost to Penn State, but if you look at the offense, they do a lot of window dressing. That's just what college football is right now. And you can get away with that when you have Shador as your quarterback. But I don't know if Salter or Juju are the quarterbacks that can give you that pro style that can just sit back there and break down the defense. I think they're going to need to do a little bit more of that window dressing to give them a chance to read the defense a little bit easier to see if they're man or zone coverage.
Because if we want to criticize the O-line, it makes sense to be more chaotic and more movement, more option, right? If they are saying, well, the O-line doesn't give them enough time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that is an issue with Pat and his play designing then. So we have to really say, do we want him another year? Because also the criticism with Prime is he changes his OC every year.
Yeah, but now you're about to have a problem if you use probably a solid O lineman like Loho. where are you going to go to be able to get people? Because you're still in a period where you're trying to, you got to beef up the trenches. So who in the portal is going to come to a team that doesn't have a proven line coach? That's going to be an issue. So I hope that's not true what they're saying, because Loho did his thing. I got to be honest. He didn't have a lot to work with, though. And Love and Liberty, I'm going to tell you, if you ask that question, you know what you're going to get. You're going to get one of those prime sayings like, I lie don't care who tell it. And you're going to want to be pushed out of that room, bro. But I would love to see
you out of that
stuff.
You just lost your press credentials, but this is this press conference is for the people. We're not like, you're not losing your press credentials, but I want to give y'all one more question before I move away from this. I want one more questions from each person, and I'm going to start with DC. DC, we're in the press room. They let the GDs in. I mean, the BWBs in. The filters are off. This is not one of those professional situations where you get to lose your job if you don't ask the right questions. You can ask any question that you need to ask. I want you to ask your question to Prime or whoever you want to put on the panel, just like Love and Liberty just did. Please ask your question.
Okay, I would say, Prime, why'd you let Tracy go? I'm messing with y'all. The truth, I would ask them.
Hey, but there is a little bit of nuance in what he just said, though. With a woman on your side, we don't know what he was doing in his bed or whatever, but I'm just saying, with a woman, you kind of move a little differently. But anyway, go ahead. I know that's not what you were trying to say. But
I would ask him, Coach Prime, do you think with your reality show, now your talk show with Roxy Diaz, and all the other things and commercials you do you think that there's a possibility that can be hindering you from your growth as a coach and a game manager?
That's an interesting one.
Woo.
Because I remember him saying he don't have time when he sat down with Uncle Neely. So that's a very interesting one. Because there's only 24 hours in the day.
Right.
And you can't there's watching film for how they play, and there's watching film for developing a counter. And I think that's what we saw from BYU. They watch our film and they develop counters to all our strong points.
Well, that would be the second question I probably would ask, is that, do you believe you have the analysts that are giving you enough information to win games, even if you had comparable talent? Like they're noticing all the tendencies and stuff, or do you just try to go out there? We got Shadur, so we're going to win. But
those are good questions, and I look at it as, those are good questions. Let me see you, fan. You got one more question. Let's just do the question. We'll just put the question and wrap people's minds and leave it alone. Just ask the question. You got one more question.
Well, I guess I'll come back to it because I wanted to talk about that the whole analyst and how CU was basically the most predictable team in the entire college, whole perspective. Because I could see CU a mile away and knowing what they're going to do.
All right. So what's your question? You said you was going to leave it alone, but you didn't. But anyways, go ahead. What's your question?
Well, I wanted to come back to it.
You brought a panda.
My apologies.
It's okay. So let's go ahead and let's bless Panda real quick. Just to
hey, when you played that last night, I swear I was busted because I saw that last night and I was like, oh my God.
Whoever gave him this,
you would never know the source.
I think he's Phil for some reason.
Hey, do you have a question, or do you want to yield your question?
No, I do have a question.
Okay. Don't answer it. Just ask the question.
Okay. Are you going to get rid of Shermer? Because my question is, are you going to get rid of him? And is he going to stay? And are you going to change the offensive schemes? Because you based your whole offense off of one player, two to be more exact. Now, are you going to change it to get more balance? Because you were not a balanced team.
Okay. All right. Phil, do you have another question or you want to yield?
Yeah, my question would be, do you believe now?
You are
what,
petty. You are one petty
I
black man. You
really don't
understand
like
me?
you, Phil. I promise I don't.
You are one petty black. Oh, I can't believe it because it's you, Phil, and I know you now. But dang, that was petty. That you went low when you
Is
the
it a
Michelle
fair
Obama
question to ask
2.0.
though? Is it a fair question to ask because he hasn't my wife about to fuss at me because
It was on
I'm
the
trying to change
plane
the bait,
going.
but
I
I
don't know
wanted
if
to
it was
answer
on
the
the plane
question.
coming.
Michelle Obama 2.0. When they go low, you go lower.
It was on the plane going. I'm not sure on the plane coming back.
Oh man,
They
gosh,
probably came
Phil.
back on Spirit.
Hey Phil, but one thing though, you're consistent. You never disappoint. That's for sure. Panda, do you have a question? Another question for the panel for these guys? All the filters are off. We're not in a Hollywood selling where people are afraid for their jobs, trying to be professional. Ask your question.
I want to give my question to Love and Liberty. I'll give him an extra question.
Okay, and then I want to let the chat know if you have a question, unfiltered question. What would your question be for either Prime or for Prime's team? It's unfiltered. Ask your question. I'll put it on the screen. Please participate by asking your question. I want to know what unfiltered questions you guys would ask if you were in that press room. Because I feel like sometimes we're in the press room and everybody's trying to pander to something or someone trying to be professional, but I feel like there are real questions that they're not asking, and we're not getting no real answers. All right. Love and Liberty, the question, you got two questions. What's your next one?
All right. I would to ask this question, I'd have to have the stats in my back pocket before the press conference, but I would look up how many 20-plus yard sacks Shador took this season. I want to know how many sacks that were worse than 20 yards did Shador take this season. I want to know if they know the answer to that question first off, and then
That was preventable.
Well, I mean, that was a 20-yard sack, not preventable.
Because he
I
created
guess
it.
Well, I mean, okay, but that's the question. I mean, how does this happen? How does this? I mean, is there a plan to address this going forward? Like, what are your thoughts on this number of 20-plus yards in the season? How, like, I want some conversation around.
Yeah, so your audio's going bad, Love and Liberty. Hopefully it gets fixed. But that's a decent question. Like, again, I think that was in my monologue. That was in my opening statement. That was one of those things where I try to understand. Let's see if he's back. Are you good now?
I think I'm good. I can hear you.
Try again. Try again. Okay, so we cannot hear you. So just click off and click back on.
But yeah, that's something that we talked about even before then, Harry, because of the fact, I know you said it in your monologue, but it's something that we've been talking about all season. He just doesn't throw the ball away. He wants to extend plays that he forces the ball. He doesn't need to force some of them balls. He literally, all he had to do is say, you know what? I didn't see it. I'm going to throw it away. I would have rather him just say, I didn't see it. I had to throw it away, than take a 10, 15-yard sack.
Yeah. I mean, that is, I mean, I understand there are situations where, sometimes you don't see, there's a blind side blitzer and you don't see that. I get that and I understand it totally. But then at those times when you do see it coming and you still going backwards, as opposed to just throwing the ball away and to fight for another, for a little bit. And then the weird thing is when you see him going down and then trying to get rid of the ball, that's the sad part. Like, you're going down now. Now you decide to throw it away. When you were upright, you threw it away. You decided not to do that.
But see,
Who
Harry,
got
one of
you?
the
I
things
just have to
is
wait for a
when
quick
you
second.
when
I
you
just
when
want to say this: there's no play that a offensive coordinator draws up that is going to make the quarterback get sacked for 20 yards. That is not on the offensive coordinator. That's not on the head coach. It's not an offensive line that is on Shador. It is okay to take a 5-yard sack instead of trying to scramble around and then take a 20-yard sack. Just take the 5-yard sack, take the interception,
Problem is,
fight another down. He just won't do it. That's his
But you
fault.
see, the thing is,
Hold
that's
on, let DC go. DC was going. Go ahead, DC.
but the problem is that once you start having played quarterback, once you start backing up like that, the linemen's backs are to you, so they don't know where you are now. And the further you go back, now you create an issue where now it's a busted play at some point. So you're depending upon somebody. Now you have Mr. Reliable, which is Travis Hunter, and then some that can get up there and do it. But then you have now created an environment where they're not really blocking now to a point. They're just kind of preventing folks because they're chasing them. And you're wearing your linemen out if you're making them run all over the doggone field. So I think that there's got to be to a point where he goes, it's one thing to step up into the pocket. He doesn't always have a clean pocket, but then you can sidestep. And at the end of the day I just think there's just something where it's so they let him do it because it works. But again, that's not something if you'll notice, that's why the teams were sporadic, because that's not sustainable for success. Pocket discipline is critical because that's how you have to. You other than that, now you basically, because even Phil said that now this is a whole different play. And you're not going to get a running game out of that. Think about it. How many times did they even dump off to the running back? That made no sense to me. If you're doing all that, you got a running back there. Why are we going all the way 30 yards down the field for Travis?
Yes. Okay.
Let me just read this real quick. Let me just read this real quick because this is somebody that just became woke, and I like when people get woke, especially when you talk about the nuances of the game. I used to think it was all the O-line. I'm going to take my time and read this one because remember now, this is something on this channel on TLP Sports Club. I always say, hey man, there's more to this than meets the eye. I want you to pay attention closely to the game and what's happening and not just the O-line. Pay attention to these nuances of the game, okay? I used to think it was all the O-line or coach. But you set these boys up for failure when you run 10 personnel formations with long developing routes 90% of the time. It's so simple and predictable. Oh, those words ring. The wax poetic. Those words are food to my ailing soul. Pigskin made of oblong ball made of pigskin. All right, see you, Fang. Go ahead, see you.
Okay, on the offensive line, on the perspective of the offensive line, look, we have a good offensive, I would say average to better offensive line, and it can get better. The problem is that we had such a huge problem on stunts. We could not block stunts for the life of us. Even in BYU game, the stunts were crazy. And they were getting just destroyed. And I think if we push the run the ball, we have a better developing offensive line because they don't have to be scared. Because I personally think, you know what, when I played offensive line and we were I believe 60-40, 60 run, 40% pass. And when I remember is that we had, I got to pass. And I got this big Somalian guy in front of me. I got to find a way to take him down. But if we had to run, okay, now I got this guy right here. And I know the scheme. He's going to get a double block. I'm going to shed. But I had help. So it gave me some confidence. And I'm telling you, man, if we would have ran the ball so much, our offensive line would not be this issue that a lot of people think that it's an issue when it's not. Our with Panda last night, when Panda, you were saying about our offensive line was atrocity in a sense. I could tell you, no, it's not. It's the schemes.
But I debunked that live. I gave him everything he needed to hear because with the question of who do we beat, 6 teams that we dominated straight off because You can't have a bad offensive line when you're putting up those type of numbers. But hold on. See you, fan. I want to read this. Mr. James says, I don't know if this is a rhetorical, this is trolling question, or this is some kind of, I don't know the spirit of this question that he would ask. I would ask Prime what he thinks of folks questioning his football IQ and his son as a QB, but he's scheduled to be the number 1 draft pick. All like again, understand we are upset the team was 9-3 and best QB. That sounds a little bit.
That's a softball question, though, man. That's not a real question. That's not introspective. That's still like, to me, that's still like glazing a little bit. You know what I'm saying? You're trying to show him love and say, oh, well, look at all the good things that you did. No, we need answers on why you can't fix the bad stuff that you got going on when you're supposed to be the second coming of Savior. You got to hold his feet to the fire.
Wait, what?
That's a softball question.
You threw me off there for a second.
He said Saban, not Satan.
Oh, okay. Saban. Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, Saban.
You had me for a second. I was like, wait a minute, this guy's slick with it, but I didn't know he was that slick. Anyway.
Oh, no, I wouldn't even say that about Dion.
Oh, okay. I don't know, Phil. I don't know. The real Phil?
I mean, I might say he a blasphemer, but I wouldn't say he the second coming of Satan.
I think I kind of believe you. I don't know, but I think I kind of
was an angel. I'm not even gonna get at the Dion.
All right, so let's see. Love Moves wants to know, TLP, do you think last night's performance will affect Shador's draft stock? Will he still be number 1 or second QB selected? Do you think he should have played in the bowl? That is a really good question. Anybody want to answer that?
I'll answer that. I was saying it last night. To me, I'm picking Cam Ward. He's not my number 1 pick. If anybody, because I can work with someone. All I heard this whole time throughout the whole year, these are fixable stuff that he had. How come he hasn't fixed it then? Like it's a consistent thing that he refuses to fix. The whole thing that Harry that we talked about, that how come he can't hide the run handoff? Why does he consistently try to extend the play instead of throwing the ball away? Why? These are things that in the NFL, he's going to learn really fast that he's not going to be able to do that. But you know what? Habits die really fast. And especially if you go to New York Giants, it's going to die even faster out there. And to me, I'm picking Cam Ward over Shador any day of the week because of what he's capable of doing. Because he sits in the pocket with confidence. And Shador, I understand people are saying, well, Shador can read it better. Yeah, but you know what? Cam Ward doesn't have these bad habits. And I can.
Cam Ward has bad habits. I will have to push back on that, like actively. He does have bad habits. If you watched him, he does have his bad habits, but I feel like he's more coachable out of his bad habits. And Shador is just like, we know that he's great and we shower him with blessings. He can't do no wrong. That's the sense that I get because, again, my monologue in the beginning, I'm asking questions and I don't know if he's fixable. I don't know if Shador is fixable. That is the biggest issue I got. Is he fixable?
He's going to have to be fixable. An NFL team is going to have to fix him because if he's not, he's going to. What's going to happen to Shador is he's going to be one of those. He'll be 3 years in the NFL and he's going to be another, turn backup quarterback to some other rookie that's coming in because he can't be fixed.
Love and Liberty is Shador fixable?
I think Shador is fixable because he cares so much.
But then how come he hasn't fixed it? Then why can't he fix it? 13 games he can't fix the things we've been crying about.
Hey, it's like those things in life where we're trying to fix a lot of things at one time. We got a lot on our plate, a lot of pressure. Some evolution happens slowly over time. I will just say that I think his performance last night has to affect his draft stock, if only that say he still goes number 1. I guarantee you there are conversations happening that would not have happened without last night's game. There's going to be people on whatever staff it is that are going to be talking about this just like we are, saying, you know how much money we are about to spend? You guys understand the amount of resources we are about to put in? Last night doesn't give you guys pause. And the reason that I know those conversations are happening, like the Texas and TH have pointed out, I'm ride or die Sanders. I'm ride or die Shador, and it gave me questions.
What about you, Panda?
The question is Shador fixable?
Well, I threw that in, but Love Moves wanted to know does his draft stock take a hit from last night's performance? And is he fixable? I want to know. I want to know what y'all think about him being fixable, but you can answer that one second.
If the scouts are doing over the 4 years, they will have a concern of him choking in big games. I think that will have a concern about that. Fixable.
So you just gonna throw that choking in big games and just leave it on? Like, that's not Panda-ish.
Because I think it kind of speaks for itself at this point, right? And I said, because people are saying because it's Coach Prime's son. I don't think that's the issue. I think because he has always pulled a rabbit out of the hat, that bad behavior existed and it wasn't challenged, as in, if you don't do this, I'm a bench you. Because there was nobody else to step up. So I just think when it comes to, I think Shador's read defense is better than Cam. I think Cam has that I grew up poor energy. You know, that I'm gonna make this happen within here. It's like an attitude thing. Shador has this
Okay, you're stepping on something right there.
Yeah, like there's a difference between the attitude.
There's a hunger.
Cam have intentionality as the QB. Shador has. I could make this happen. And I think
is it overconfidence or?
I think it is.
Could you call it over?
Can I point something out real quick?
Go ahead.
So what Panda is saying is something that I brought up a while back during the off season, is that Travis is more similar to Dion than Shador is, because Travis got it out the mud like Dion did.
Right.
So I think that's why Dion
I remember when you said that.
Was able to gravitate towards Travis so easily, is because he saw so much of himself in Travis, where obviously he loves his sons, but they live the life, obviously for good reasons. They live the life that he can't relate to. So I just want to point that out, that's a valid point. There is a certain level of like the everyday man is can relate to Cam Ward, whereas not all quarterbacks can relate to Shador Sanders, that had some of the privileges he had coming up with having a son Brady as somebody that can give you guidance. You know what I mean?
There's something about growing up in the hood where you gotta hide that thing you bought.
Yeah, Panda, you stepped on something that I like to explore just a little bit. I feel like you're right, and I don't know why it touched my ears.
Let's timestamp this. Let's type it.
No, you did. I felt like it was so poignant that you said that, because it showed last night. When I'm watching Shador hand the ball off, when I'm watching him go through his progressions, I'm just watching a kid he's just going through the motion. There's no, I'm hungry. I know that this could be my last game. I know that if I don't play this game, man, my family's not going to get out of this situation. I know that I got to show up today, because if I show up today, I'm going to get that bag. If you already have the Rolls Royce versus, if you already have the Bentleys and you're not playing for nothing, then what is the extra oomph? The extra oomph that you need, that we need as a fan base to see that this guy really wants it. And Panda, you just stepped into that gold mine of good brain information for fans that we need to know.
When he does it, when he gets repeatedly hit, for some reason, like when he gets enough hits on him, it snaps in his brain, like, and then he does get the aggression, but he's reckless. Like when he's supposed to slide, like he
Panda,
gotta run into people.
Panda. Let's take it all the way back to TCU when the world was against these kids. That Shador did not show up. When everybody was like, y'all suck, you are daddy ball. When everything is against this kid, he shows up. But last night it was like everybody's already crowned him. He's gonna be number one. There's so much going on. It's like, oh my goodness, right there, that's what it is. Kim is the hood. Shador he's the Fresh Prince. No, he's not the Fresh Prince. He's what was he's not Will, right?
He's Carlton. He's
Carlton.
Yeah.
He's already has everything, and now it's like, what are you playing for, Shador? So if I was to ask him a question, it's Shador, what are you playing for when you have everything? That's an important question. How would you answer that question, guys? I want to know, how do you think Shador would answer that question? When you ask Shador, what are you playing for?
Because it's funny you say that, because when they ask certain questions, he always refer to, well, it's my dad, it's in my genes, I was doing it since I was young. You see what I'm saying? There isn't a me factor, like, I love this game, I dissect this. You see what I'm saying? That the way he answers questions is...
You're saying his last name is the reason he plays?
Yeah, that's what... You ever listen to him? He articulates himself well in interviews, but it all kind of surrounds back.
But it seems so fabricated. It seems like it's just like you're going through the media. You got the right answers for everything. It seems there's no hunger behind it. There's no like Jimmy Horn behind it. It's just like everything to say. You've been well trained. You're this well trained. Like there's a movie where there's two quarterbacks going at it. One is from the hood. The other one grew up. I forget. Is it American football or something? Anyways, but it's one is from the hood. The other one, and there's a championship game. And the hood dude, he wants it because he knows that his brother just got shot. His mom is in an abusive relationship, but he gets to play this game.
Movie.
Huh?
I'm sorry, this sounds like a Disney movie.
A Disney? No, it just feels like that movie where there's two quarterbacks. One is from the hood, the other one is from Beverly Hills, and they're me, and they gotta go play in this championship game. And the hood dude there's a football movie, there's a football show that Tay Diggs is reminiscence of that show, but it's like the two of them meet. The mom is in an abusive relationship. The brother just got shot. He needs to get out of this situation. If he doesn't win this game, then he knows the implications, the ramifications, the avocations, everything. Vacations are all in this thing. Who do you think?
Harry,
The way that they show up.
If we were to think about it, Harry, that bowl was packed. If you watch some of the other bowls, they didn't sell out their bowl like how that bowl was sold out, right? So you don't only have the national media attention.
You got everybody's attention.
You have because you sold it out. So even how Love and Liberty said it brought up questions. At that point, I'm like, man, did you really want it?
Right. It felt like he just came to that game like, all right, man, look, I'm going home with my Bentley. I don't know what you're going home with, but I'm going home with my Rolls Royce. All right, I'm going on my private plane. I'm not even riding with the rest of the guys. So if I win, I win. If I don't win, who cares? I'm already good.
And that's the concern I have with Seton too. Like he's
getting right. He's getting that Shador thing in his head.
You not that. You see what I'm saying?
Right. He's not that kid from the DMV who's supposed to be hungry, and now he got a Rolls Royce and whatever he got, and it's like, I need hungry hyenas.
Prime has been hyping him up since he got here. He's saying he's a first-round pick for a top 5. And that's the thing.
In his draft class, we can't discredit the young man's talent. And
I understand, but they said
he's playing as a freshman. So,
but they said the same thing about a certain cornerback that isn't no longer there.
Kamani didn't live up to the hype. You're gonna
Two
have
big
that in
different
every sport.
situations though. Seaton clearly is on a different level
Yeah, you're
than
gonna
what
have that
Carmani was.
in sports. People coming out of the high school rank that are 5-star, and they go to places like Alabama and stuff, and they don't see the field. So when it comes to college, it's a different ball game. That's why I was glad that they saw the importance of getting a seasoned quarterback to not put Juju into that system, because they would have killed that kid. My question is, do you feel yesterday's game affects the recruiting?
But let's
I mean,
answer
it,
Mr.
it
James.
affected
Mr.
in some
James, look,
ways.
Mr. James, this is the answer. This is the thing. Even though our kids don't live in the hood like we used to and blah, 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 because I definitely lived in the hood. I can tell you all the hoods I lived in. Claremont Courts in Greensboro, North Carolina. Hey, Claremont Court, holla at your boy. You feel me? Like I've lived in the hoods, okay? So, and like where your rent is like $23, you feel me? And you still asking for a little change, for a little help, like like that kind of hood, you feel me? And the kids are up to no good. Some of them are, we lay low. The Africans, we lay low, but the Americans, they on demon time, and we trying to get up out of there. They're still trying to keep the legacy going. I ain't trying to pick up just the Americans, okay? It's so weird when I see the Americans. They're like, oh, they're trying to. Their mom had that house for 23 years, and their grandma gave it to them, and they kept it. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm trying to get up out of here. Why are you still trying to keep this house?
It's called
And
generational wealth, Harry.
in a generation, and it's $23.
We
You're still trying to hold on to it. What are you talking? Go to school and get rid of this. This is pissy.
No, land is valuable. Property is valuable.
But that's the hood. We're in the hood.
But I don't think you understand. That's not a southern hood. That's like you in an apartment complex hood.
No, right. I'm talking about the hood. The hood. We're in the hood. You can't try to keep this apartment in the hood. It's been handed down from generations. This is not like Brooklyn where you got a brick, you got a brownstone, and it's in the hood, but you're trying to keep that. No, I'm talking about the pissy hallway type. You can't ride an elevator type hoods.
My bad.
They're trying to keep that because their mom gave it to them, and the rent is low.
So
and they're trying to hard.
Mr.
Anyway,
James,
look.
Let me answer Mr. James with this.
Look
at Jimmy Horn hunger.
Yeah.
Even
he can barely rub two sentences together. Top of
I think y'all realize that Jimmy Horn is terrible in interviews, but
y'all need Cash Cleveland hunger. Y'all need
Cash Cleveland is the opposite. He came from a well-off family.
Wait, hold on. Now you're confusing me. Jimmy Horn hunger or Cash Cleveland hunger? Like which hunger?
Cash, because Cash worked his butt off to get to where he was, and he's going to be a starter for the next at least 2 years at Colorado.
He was
I don't know about that. They brought in some good competition. So
he's a walk-on.
Okay, and but he beat out your car Walker to everybody.
But Cash Cleveland literally went to one of the best football schools.
IMG.
To IMG, one of the best football schools. So how's that hunger?
Because he was a walk-on, Harry.
Nah, Harry,
he didn't have all these stars.
Promotion to
everything
starter.
handed to him.
But that's two different scenarios, though.
But there's a different type of. Oh, I went to the best schools, the best of the best schools.
Y'all hear what y'all don't
No,
that hunger is different. I'm talking about when you came out of nothing. You couldn't afford to go to IMG. Your mom wanted to go there, but your mom couldn't afford to send it there. Your dad is in jail, and you try hard to try to make sure that if you win this game, that you're gonna get to where you're trying to get to. That type of hunger is different from Cash Cleveland going to IMG.
But I don't want to discredit Cash Cleveland because
no. But that's regular football stuff. Like you walk on. Charlie's offer door walked on, so I'm not talking about people just having a tough time. I'm talking about
Charlie was trash though.
Why you always doing it? Why you always do that? Charlie's not trash, bro.
Don't do my boy.
Okay.
All I'm gonna say is this: the reason why I mentioned Jimmy Horn, right?
Yeah, I wish I could just do a show that says Charlie's not trash, and we can lean into why Charlie is not trash. The different nuances of Charlie off of those game. Just watch his tape and show you why he's not trash. Charlie is not trash. The offense that he was the plays that they drew up for him is trash, but not Charlie. Charlie is okay. I feel like Charlie was he was the victim of trash play calling because they didn't understand his abilities and how to maximize his abilities. Look at Dylan Edwards. Dylan Edwards was not utilized. He was barely getting the ball. The dude scored 3 touchdowns in his final game, and they won. If he was here, we would probably start saying he's trash too because he's in a system that sucks.
Well, that's on Pat Shermer because even when he has the wide receivers, they be too far to the sideline. He needs to bring in so Shador could. If you all ever realize when we play fast, hurry up, and Shador has no choice but to sling it and get it out, it's efficient and we move the ball.
I got a perfect example for y'all. I'm going to share this, and then we're gonna end on this note. Let me share this perfect example for y'all. And Phil and you and the rest of the gangs, the everybody's trash gangs, y'all are gonna understand when I said this. So to hear me out, just hold on for 1 second. I am about to show you this, and then I want you to please understand. Here we go. This is the perfect example. Perfect example. Feel this out. Why situations and situations are very important. What situation you're in. All right. This is a post that I got up on the communities page, and y'all can go see it. I said, let me give y'all 2 more reasons why I keep telling y'all Shador or Travis shouldn't come to New York. And for those of you who don't know, I live in New York. I know New York sports. Okay? There's a reason why I'm saying it. How the Giants and Jets hit a new low. Saquon Barkley and Sam Darnold shine elsewhere. Has any of y'all ever watched? Did y'all watch any of Sam Darnold's games when he was in New York? Anyone? Just a yes, no. No? Okay, good. The Giants and Jets struggled hard. It hit harder as former players Saquon Barkley and Sam Darnold thrive elsewhere. Barkley, now an Eagle, is chasing Eric Dickerson's single-season rushing record, possibly against the Giants. Meanwhile, Darnold is leading the Vikings to a 13-2 record, showing MVP-level play after years of struggling with the Jets. Both were top picks in 2018 draft, but found success only after leaving New York. Who else left and found success? Dylan Edwards. After leaving CU, he found success. Okay, the irony, Barkley and Darnold are now 2 of the league's top stories, while the Giants and Jets combine for just 6 wins this season. Sometimes success just happens somewhere else. This is what I'm saying. You have to understand the systems. Charlie Alfredo is playing in a system that is not run friendly, and when they run lackadaisically. They don't put a purpose run in there. They put an RPO, and then he's getting handed off by a quarterback that doesn't want to run. He does it lazily. What does he do? He lazily just lay the ball out there and says run. So the system matters. I can almost guarantee you, if you put Charlie Alfredo on BYU, he would be a different back because that kid is nice. He's nice with it.
Harry, you know I love Charlie. I always back Charlie, but I think you're pushing it a little bit today.
I'm trying to tell you, man, in a system that really cares about running. Put Charlie in a system that cares about running. Listen, you gotta go watch Charlie's tape on the non-Deion team. Go watch Charlie on the non-Deion team. People came to watch somebody else and they saw Charlie running the ball and it was like, wait a minute, we need to watch this guy. That's Charlie's story. So what happened? He gets stuck in a Deion system that doesn't run the ball, doesn't care to run the ball, and when they run it, they don't run it with purpose. So guess what?
Listen, Charlie's staying there to get an education. He's not trying to go to the league.
That's not the argument we're making.
So your argument really doesn't matter. He could be in BYU.
I understand, but you can say that about other players. But okay, Let's take it off of Charlie, who wants to just get an education, and let's put it on other players that do care about the NFL, and then ask the question: should they come to Prime if they want to run? If they want to go for the NFL and they are a good running back, should they come here to Prime to see you?
I mean, he got one.
If he has them in there, but he's not utilizing them the correct way, then what does that tell you when they go outside of this? Because I'm telling you, Sam Darnold, if you were in New York, if you were in the New York market and you understood how they treated him, and guess what? Another quarterback I'll put in there, Geno Smith. Man, where did they treat Geno Smith? Terrible.
Charlie, let me ask you this.
Geno Smith is a starter right now in Seattle. The way that they treated Sam Darnold, like he could not play football. He's a starter. Well, he's not a starter. He took over from the young kid that was just drafted. He took over for him, JJ. What's his name? JJ McCarthy or something like that.
McCarthy.
Right, took over for JJ McCarthy after JJ McCarthy got hurt, and now they're 13-2. The same Sam Darnold that was treated terribly here in New York. So that's what I'm saying. Like, people can get caught in systems because it's not the right system for them.
Well, Coach Prime got caught in a system then.
All right, explain. What do you mean?
He got caught in a system that is totally new with the inventor of the transfer portal and all of that. So I could get guys prepared for my season and lose them in the spring. It's a complicated ball game now.
That's an excuse. Everybody's in that same system. Prime is not unique. Everybody had to adjust to that system. What you telling me that Prime is some guy that just out there that he doesn't if he knows football, this is perfect for him. Because now he gets to pick who he wants. He goes to Jackson State and he gets the top draft, the top recruit. He gets to hand pick that kid and bring him over. So I'm not crying no tears for Prime. Prime, this is Prime for him. This system is perfect for him. Because now he ain't got to take 5 years just to get good guys because he's on a sorry team. No, Prime can go into the portal and get guys that he wants. It's perfect for him. That's not a system he got caught up in. He was blessed into that.
Look, man, I had to put my pom-pom on just for one moment.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that's what you were doing. All right, I get it.
On my coach, okay?
All right.
Calm down.
I get it. Let's get up out of here. I think we've done enough. Did I leave any meat on the bone? If all hearts,
still a lot. You see, understand, Harry. There's so much meat on the bone on this right here. The whole perspective of how Colorado and Prime and his sons are ending everything. I mean, you could honestly, Panda, if you didn't, tell Panda to stop last night, we could be probably going for another.
We will still be here. Like this will be an extent. It'll just be me and him. But okay. Let me say this because I think I forgot to say this earlier when you were talking to CU fan. The stench of defeat and how we viewed what happened yesterday can have an effect on how we view Prime as a whole. I just want to make sure I make that clear that we gotta give it time to let it fester, let it rest a little bit. I'm still upset because I'm a fan, but I'm not gonna levy everything like, oh my gosh, everything is falling down because of how poorly they played and how badly they got beat. All of my assessment is not based on that thing. I just want to let y'all know we didn't get to the good stuff. I'm supposed to do the bad, the good, the bad, the ugly. We didn't get to the good. Maybe on another show we'll get to all of the good, but let me just do a little bit of that. DC kind of hinted to it. To go from 1-11, take a team that's 1-11, go 4 wins, right? And then after 4 wins, we put up nine wins. We thought it was going to be 10, but we lost that one. So to do all of that, it's progression. It's something that's good. It's something that Prime is doing. And then right after that, we get Juju, the top-rated quarterback in his the second highly ranked quarterback in his time in his class. You don't do that with the type of record that Coach Prime has. So that's as well. So we got to also acknowledge that it's not all bad, but sometimes when we see the ugly so much, the ugly kind of tints the way that we think about the good. The ugly overshadows the way that we think about all of the progressions that he's been making. That's why Love and Liberty got questions in his mind. It's like, dang, I was thinking you were so good, but then all of a sudden now I got. Wait a minute, you didn't play none of your secondary guys. You kept all your starters in, even when you were losing. And then Shador's going to go into a press conference and say, "We started it, so we were going to finish it." Are you stupid or something?
Yeah, that
like what?
comment made me mad.
Yeah, I was highly disappointed.
Are you stupid or something? Why the heck would you say so? Oh, we started it, so we're going to finish it. How about the guys that had to wake up at 5:30 something in the morning with sleep still in their eye, had to go to practice, getting hurt, getting taped up, and did all of that? You started it, so you had to finish it?
My biggest frustration is why you bring
They were
the
the ones
parents.
out there playing.
Why you bring the parents to watch their kid on the bench when it was the game that they were supposed? Mom, this is the one you see I'm gonna play in. This is the one.
All of that.
I told you last night I did that to my aunt, and I didn't play. She said, "Don't ever you invite me again."
Yo, I'm telling you, and it's sad to for us to keep on this line, this trajectory of we always got to be politically correct. We always got to try to sound like we heroes and stuff like that. That's cute, bro. We started it, so we're gonna finish it. We started it, so we're gonna finish. Finish what? You're going to the NFL. Some of these guys are not going to the NFL. You know that if you second half, you sat down and put somebody else in, they could have shined and maybe put some kind of tape out there for their next team. If they go to the transfer portal, they could have at least put out some tape. You started it, so you got to finish. What? What are we talking about? What about opportunity meets preparation and all of these quotes and these mini sermons that we're always preaching? How about you create an opportunity for somebody else other than your children?
Harry, come back home. It went a little hard. Come back home.
No, it matters if you're going to be quoting all of these things. Opportunity meets preparation. If you put yourself in a situation where you can win and you prepare yourself, and then when you get that opportunity, you can shine. How about you're the one that holds the keys to the door of that opportunity, and you are the one that could have provided that opportunity, television time, for one of these kids to shine in order for somebody else to see them and say, wow, I didn't know they had that kid on the bench.
Keep preaching. No. Let him preach. Let him talk. He's saying something that everyone needs to hear because, look, if I'm working my butt off for Prime, he's telling me all these great things, whispering things into my ear, and I ain't getting that shot, especially in the one game that I can play. No.
The meaningless game. The game that means nothing. You're about to lose. You're losing 17-0. Put in your bench. Let them shine.
Blowout games. In the blowout game we didn't even bring our second string out, which was frustrating. We talked about this previously in the previous shows about how come our second string not coming out. 53-0.
Can
and it was like
I will push back on that. Oklahoma State game, we were playing to run the score up so that we could beat the tiebreaker. So I understand that one. So I want everybody to understand that part.
Like my wife always tells me, there's always going to be a reason.
But yo, real quick, regarding the guys that didn't get a chance to play, I'm sorry, but if you're not in the rotation and you're telling people, hey, you need to watch out for me, I'm going to get a chance to play, that's on you. You have no control over it.
That's my boy. Give it
because
to
let me tell you like this. At the very least, when I was in the marching band in college, when I was trying to flirt with the girls, and especially my freshman year, first time in the band, I'm like, hey, look for me. I'm gonna be on the 45-yard line. That's where I'm gonna be at. When I said it, that's where I was gonna be because that was my spot on the field. If you don't get on the field at all, don't be making plans for folks to be looking for you because you don't know what the people in front of you are going to do. That is your fault. It is not Dion's job to put those guys in. If you're going to play your starters in a game like this, your job is to try to go out and win the game, and that's what they did. I respect Colorado for what they did. Unlike Miami, where Cam Ward came out. If you're gonna play the game, play it. Don't do the hokey pokey. Don't put your half behind in and your half behind out. Put your whole behind in and shake it all about. That's what I believe in. So I respect what Colorado
You took
did.
me back to kindergarten, bro.
So the way that I see it like this. You're always auditioning. You know, there's a difference between practice tape and there's a difference between real game situation. Because when you're practicing against your teammates, the speed that they're going is different from the speed that BYU is going to go. So
100%.
so let's say you put your guys into audition them because this is a meaningless game and some of those guys are on the bench and some of them are going to stick with you. So if I've never seen them in practice do something, in my head as a coach, I would say, let me try this guy out and see what happens. Let me try him out and see what he can do in a real game situation. Let me audition him because this game is meaningless. So I'm going to put him in with like at least 5 or 6 snaps to see what he does. Because now you get an opportunity to try guys out and see what happens.
That's why I think Prime's naive.
Because that number at the beginning or the number at the end of that dash means something. So if you were able to get 10 wins this season, that would have meant something.
Well, if it should have meant something when you came out playing lazy. You should have thought about that when you came out and you laid an egg and you should handing the ball off like you don't care. You should have thought about that, not be Carton and be Will Smith. You should have thought about all of that. All of that should have been a thing in your head, and you come out and you compete.
You put that on
Colorado. All their players do not need long sleeves when it's cold outside. They obviously are going to be more prepared than the team like Colorado. They're a lot smarter. So why would we not expect what we saw last night?
We don't expect it because we have the Heisman Trophy winner on there. We have the potential first round.
Never mind. Don't worry about it. You didn't take the bait. I was trying to be racist. Don't worry about it. It's not funny if you don't take the bait. So
I know, Phil. Listen, I'm used to you lining me up.
I'm sitting here waiting for him to.
But if the joke don't work, then I don't even want to address it. So let's keep on moving.
Right. No, but again, I think when we say, okay, so this is the problem, Mr. James and others who maybe don't understand my frustration. My frustration has nothing. It has less to do with an upset dad that want to see his son play and he sucks. It has more to do with an upset fan that wants to know who else we have in that locker room. More so of that.
They watch well off videos, man.
No. Well off video. Well off is the deceiver. The games, the real games.
Harry, I'm starting to think so for real. I'm really starting to think that, Harry.
Look, I've been telling, hey Panda, I've been told you that I stopped watching Well Off a long time ago. Okay.
The footage is edited to let everybody look like a superstar.
Not that part. I'm just saying, you play against your own guys. They run different. They hit different. They have a different demeanor. When you do go against the other guys that are giving you hell, what happens is you get to learn how these other guys are performing, and that's real game speed. So, as a coach, you have to audition other players. So I don't understand how is it that that's not a football thing, right? You got to audition your other players, whether it's 1 or 2 snaps. Let me just see how he works. And we have a real life example of that. Was it Tavares? Dawson? What was his name? Tavares something? Anybody remember Tavares?
Tavares.
Right. Y'all remember him? Y'all remember when they put him in and Coach Prime was like, oh, shoot, you can play? And we were like, oh, wait, where did this guy come from?
But Harry, that also have to do with your room, though. That your running back room, your wide receiver room, if the coach of that room don't think you are a 1 or a 2, and it's unfair because
Tavares Dawson.
It really depends on the relationship you have with your position coach, because your position coach could really ruin your career too, right? It depends on his judgment.
I thought the head coach is the one that actually runs the team.
No, the position coach choose the player 1 and 2, and then they fit them into the scheme.
Right. But let's say the 1 and 2 are chosen and the 3 are chosen, but they're on the deep on the bench when you're in a situation like last night and you don't want to try them because you just feel like we started it. We want to finish it.
Now, I just think Coach Prime didn't want to end up with 100 on the scoreboard. Anytime you run back a putt or a kickoff, it's an embarrassment to the team. And I think when that happened, Coach Prime was like, nah, none of y'all ain't playing. Because the special teams had second and third string people. So
let me get Love and Liberty's thought on this. Do you feel that coaches or Coach Prime should have auditioned more of his players in situations this season, at least 6 games where we dominated, and even last night where we were getting defeated? Do you think Coach Prime needs to audition his players, or are we just out here with some non-football fans that are just talking nonsense?
Well, first of all, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear
Sounds
you now.
perfect.
Okay. I really don't. I don't see this as deep of a problem as that it was just we've got to fortify the offensive line. And I mean, I'm not heavily disagreeing with any of what you guys are saying, but in my gut, I just feel like everything's okay if we have an Alabama or a Tennessee or a Georgia offensive line. Personally, that's how I feel. One other thing I wanted to say about Shador's motivation, I think he does want to be legendary. You know, he always uses that word, and I think growing up in the hood does create a different kind of hunger. I went to public school in the hood of Columbia, Tennessee. I played football.
Wait, what's your hood called?
Grew up hard. Am I breaking up?
No, you're good. I'm asking, what was your hood? Because I was in Greensboro, North Carolina. My hood was called Claremont Courts. What was your hood?
Riverside in Columbia, Tennessee.
I need somebody to verify that because this guy is white. I can't trust a white guy talking about he grew up in the hood.
No. I went to public school. I did not grow up in the hood. I played football and basketball.
You try to do a quick one there. Come on now. Okay.
Finish what you said.
So public school to you equates to a hood.
Nah, but for real though, with sports and stuff, you get the aggression and you get that.
So you're saying public school got you that hood mentality?
The aggression for sports.
Hold on, I'm asking Love and Liberty, man. This is a conversation. This is important.
I know he's trying to set you up, Love. Don't take the bait.
Go ahead, Love.
I saw that in a lot of my teammates. I saw that hunger and that drive.
Okay. All right. I'm glad you cleared that up, but go ahead, finish your thought, please.
Harry, you wrong.
Okay, so when you're on a team with those guys and you live in the suburbs and they all think you're soft, you also have something to prove. It is different. But I think that
oh yes, I see what you're saying. That's a reverse.
There you go.
Yes.
That's
good. That's good.
That. You good.
Go ahead.
So what if last night was simply the offensive line? We did not have Khalil Benson. And what if the rest of the guys playing the offensive line weren't in it because they know that Seton has a Maybach and Shador has a Maybach, and they're feeling like, man, we don't care. We all about to transfer. We ain't even starting here next year. And then Shador gets demoralized because he knows the offensive line is laying down and there's nothing he can do about it.
You bring in a new perspective.
That makes that offensive line look bad. Why would I put my stock, if I'm transferring, why would I damage my stock?
That's a good point too. That's a good counter. Any thoughts on that, Love and Liberty? Because I see where you were going with it, but when you got people who are trying to intentionally not play well, then how can you transfer? How can you transfer on a bad look, on a bad tape? That's a good point.
It depends on the need. You talk about it when you talked about the Giants and the guy moving to the Eagles. So sometimes you're just on the wrong team, bro.
Well, no, but yeah, I always go a little deeper than most people want to go because there are little nuances, little nuggets that you can pick out and kind of try to get to a whole. Because it's not always as red, white and black, and red and blue. It's not always that simple because people like sports fans are lazy fans. Okay, it's easy to just say, "Oh, you suck," as opposed to look at what really is going or is transpiring right in front of your face, and you can kind of look into the different nuances and pick out what is going on that makes that person not do so well, like a Sam Darnold. I knew about Geno Smith. I was like, Geno Smith is nice. Y'all are tripping in New York. For years, I'm sitting there like, dang, Geno Smith, he's just not in a good situation. He goes to Seattle, starter. Now you got Sam Darnold, great player. I'm like, I don't want to say Charlie Offerdo before Phil come and get me again, but it's Charlie Offerdo.
Man, you don't leave my Charlie alone.
Yo,
Hey, Love and Liberty, were you done?
Listen. I'm working on like 4 hours of sleep, so I'm finna throw a grenade in here and just liven things up. Is Deion gonna be in Colorado this time next year? Is Deion gonna be at Colorado this time next year?
I think so.
Yeah, he's gonna be there next year.
You still think Deion is leaving?
All right.
Do you think he was trying to coach his way out of here?
This time next year.
Or are you saying this is his last season coming up? Because
no. Phil is trying to say Deion's going to get fired mid-season. That's what Phil is trying to say. You got to really know. You got to know Phil to go into his brain.
But let's be fair. He could very well take a job somewhere else. There could be the Arkansas job next year could be up. The Kentucky job could be up next year. Heck, the Ohio State job could be up next year. We don't know. So all I'm just asking is this time next year, is Deion gonna be the coach at Colorado?
Let me answer that. If next season, at this point, and if we have a regressed season where we're like 5 and whatever the next one is, 5 and 6 or 5 and 7, then Deion Sanders definitely gonna be looking at like, you know what, I'm out of here because I tried fixing it and my sons are not here. I got no ties. I do see that. But if he has a season that actually is good, then he's gonna stay.
I'll push back on that because
I don't even see why we even questioning this.
Yeah, I push back on that. Phil, you just change the energy of the conversation. Stop doing that, Phil.
Let's go. No, that's fine.
That's a fair question because honestly, here's the thing though. You don't have to make it a negative thing. It could be a situation where Colorado has an even better season next year and it gets promoted and goes to a different school. That is a reality, correct?
I don't want to think about it.
We are going to we are going to have a better season next year because of the fact that the Sanders are not, the only Sanders that's going to be there is the coach. I'm so happy that his children are leaving.
I think Phil just being an agitator. Hey, Love and Liberty, any thoughts?
Hey, you guys were breaking up a little bit. Any thoughts on what part?
Well, we're talking about Coach Prime not being there, and then the last time you were talking, I don't know if you finished your thoughts. So I wanted you to finish your thought, but then give some thoughts on what do you think Coach Prime is going to be around next year.
I think I finished my thoughts last time. I think that, like I said, I think that Shedeur could have gotten demoralized with the offensive line's play, and he's not going to throw them under the bus, so he's just going to take it on the chin. But I think for me, that's what happens. I still think he's got to explain the 20-yard plus sacks, but I still think we could have won the game if we run the ball with August Dave, who, like I said, to this day is averaging 4.5 yards a carry. I got to know who's not giving him the ball until the average goes down because it's not leading the Big 12 or anything, but 4.5 yards a carry is all you need. So, and I think that Shedeur I think he's got a competition with his dad and he wants to have I think he wants to beat his dad in the record books. Like, I'm not going to get in on the probability of whether or not that's going to happen. But as far as Coach Prime leaving, I bought season tickets for next year. And if he wasn't going to be here, I wouldn't buy season tickets. The year after that, I got to say, I'm holding my breath to see how next year goes.
Yeah, because they ain't signed
That's
no
what I
new
said.
deal yet.
That's exactly what I said.
I don't know. I don't think Coach Prime is going to leave. But okay, the one thing that I keep thinking about is I know Coach Prime is trying to do the impossible, but I feel like the impossible might be too impossible at this moment with CU. Because I don't know that CU has either a big enough bag to be able to get the trenches that he needs to be able to do what he needs, and Coach Prime is not locked in enough to coach up his guys. He's not a coach. He's more of a well, let me not say he's not a coach. He's he's a CEO type, right? Like I want him to not have no time but to coach. And when you're not that locked in, it makes it difficult to really like coach those guys all the way up, right? Because
This is what I said
your
last year.
preparation is not like your preparation is lacking something for big moments. And Coach Prime, the player, never allowed anything to distract him from shining in those moments. So his preparation was key. So now when you have everything on your plate as a coach, then are you really a prime time coach, or are you gleaning on
coaches the same way that Saban does? So we can't use that one because Coach Saban isn't the micromanager coach either.
what else did Coach Saban do besides coaching? I know he had the car dealership.
So you are saying he's doing too much.
Yeah. I feel like he's not locked in. That's why I said locked in.
He's everywhere.
Right. I feel like he's not locked in enough in the coaching. Like your brain is like you're a diabolical, scientifical genius. You're in the lab. You got your lab coat on, and all you're thinking and eating is football and how to defeat people. He's not locked in like that.
The reason why I want to push back on that, he played Major League Baseball and football at the same time, and in the same year won the Super Bowl and went to the series. So
when you're doing X's and O's and preparing for a team, it's different than when you just you're an individual who has to just get your body and your mind ready to go play. That's a difference. A coach is dealing with X's and O's, and he has a personnel that he's running. Now, when you have a bunch of other things on your plate, somewhere something is going to be off. I mean, we can bring DC back so he can tell us how the military does it. But when you have multiple strings that you have to pull, it's very difficult to pull all of them equally and be effective at them equally.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, the reason why I brought up Saban is because Saban kind of follows the same format. He don't have all the extracurricular activities going on, but he isn't actually doing I would say like this: the coaching rooms, the wide receiver rooms. I think those coaches need to get better for the style of coaching.
But the question I got for you is the Saban coach. What didn't Saban? Wasn't he a football coach?
Yes, Deion Sanders and Coach Saban are two different entities.
So
wait. He's
but I want you to Panda. I want you to think about how Coach Saban prepared as a coach, and how Deion Sanders, the player, prepared as a player. You have to think about Saban the coach as Prime preparing to play.
But there's some new. We always talk about nuances. I think Love and Liberty will back me up on it. There's the nuances.
Don't back him up, Love and Liberty. Don't go into his dark world.
Before I make the statement, I'm being slick. The reason why I'm saying this is every team is as good as the position coaches and the scout report and the ability of the offense and defensive coordinator to develop schemes based on the report. So if the position coaches aren't putting the best player on the field and it's nothing separate of culture, there's problem number one. So if you all thought, Miller should have been playing instead of Shepard, you have to realize Shepard came to see you with an amazing resume, right? Weston came to see you with an amazing resume. So you can't bring in these players. So Coach Prime said something in the conference within the week that I found was interesting. He was asked, he and the BYU coach was asked, is there something about college football that you would want to fix? And he talked about with the NIL, if somebody transfers and they get a bag and the people who are already there see that person coming in with a bag, and I think Love and Liberty kind of hit on it, is if Seaton comes in with a bag and I've been an O-line and I ain't get a bag yet, it creates animosity and it's hard to manage that, right? And then I'm in Colorado and I want piece of the shine. It's kind of hard to navigate that. I saw Coach Prime said on Uncle Neely, stop putting certain people on the videos, because after they got on the videos, you see they couldn't play the same. They lost the hunger. So I think they are aware of the chaos that's there. I just think navigating in year 2, it requires a little grace.
So what was the fix?
But
actually,
Prime
hold
created
on.
all this.
Hold on, but what was the fix that they talked about? How do you fix that?
He was just suggesting
Don't give him money.
No, well, that's the second part. He said he does want the players to get money and make their money. He just said it creates an issue because let's be real, everybody know Juju got a bag, right?
Well, of course. Why wouldn't you get a bag?
So
He was literally advertising a DoorDash on his video on his acceptance thing or whatever he was doing.
So think about that, right? When you are in that dynamic and you have a roster that one probably doesn't see the field as they want to, so they have added. You have first stream, second stream, and third stream, right? It always have that attitude existing in football. Now we added money to it, so there's players not happy because I'm not get. Some of the players think that they're on the level of Shador them with the things they got, right?
So jealousy and envy is creeping into the locker room. And what is the solution that they propose that they would like? They want to get rid of NIL, but what is the solution? Just saying that is a problem.
It was just a question posed, and that's what Coach Prime was saying back to the league. They should look into something like that. Because I think about it,
trying to find a way to even the level field where everybody is getting something, so that way they don't feel some kind of way.
Yeah.
Okay.
But hold on, real quick though. The thing is though, with NIL, that's the whole point. Name, image, and likeness is literally you getting paid off of what somebody says your value is. So if a true freshman is coming in and his value is $1 million a year, then he should get paid that. You look at the Bryce Underwood kid that went to Michigan, they're saying that he got paid upwards of $10 million. If that's what the market said his value is, and that's what he should get paid. I apologize to the red shirt junior at Michigan that can't get the same amount of money that a true freshman can. But if you're not a transformational quarterback that's coming in, you're not gonna get paid that. So it is what it is. The collective is what Dion has the bigger issue with, where guys are coming in with the collective and they're getting paid more than others. So the name, image, and likeness is always about what you can bring as far as your value is concerned. The collective is pretty much like that salary, and I think that's what he's looking for. There to be a little bit more balance and a little bit more organization on.
But the nuance we got to discuss, right?
Right.
Do these young people know the difference? Because even adults have
17,
issues.
18, 19.
Hold on. Hold on. Even adults have an issue with this, right? When you're in the NFL or you're playing in the NBA or you're playing on Major League Baseball, adults have a hard time, being motivated to play when you're playing next to a guy that you think sucks, right? Or he's not that great, but he's getting millions of dollars and you're only getting in the thousands. So how do you think kids are going to take this where they're seeing some kid that's not a game breaker, but he's getting mad money? Like, God bless his heart. Juju's under.
What's that?
Most kids know when they suck. Let's just keep it
No,
100.
yeah, but the perception, right? Most kids, you know that whether you know you suck or you don't know you suck, it's okay. That part we can lay down for a second. But I'm saying, you come in as a juju, you got a DoorDash deal, or you got other deals on the table, and everybody in that locker room know you're getting money, like Jordan Seaton, you getting money, right? But then you're missing tackles, or you're missing valuable throws. You're not doing things that you're supposed, that is indicative of the kind of money that you're getting. I'm gonna feel some kind of way when I go home and I got bruises that I'm and I did my job, but I look at you, you getting mad money and you not doing your job, but I'm over here bruised doing my job and I only got $10. I'm gonna feel some kind of way.
Oh, this is like the Shiloh Sanders situation. Why is he starting?
In what way?
Why does Shiloh always get picked on?
Explain yourself. Explain yourself.
So Shiloh Sanders
Mm-hmm.
starting over Stoudemire, knowing very well that our defense was meshing very well after his injury, right?
Mm-hmm.
Very well. We established a defense that looked very good. As soon as you put Sanders in, the defense started changing.
Y'all remember y'all crucified me? I think me and you were the only ones saying don't put him in.
I was very advocate of Shiloh because of the fact that Shiloh has proven to be unreliable safety.
But I will push back. Did you see how Stoudemire played? Did he have a good game yesterday? He was getting
demoralized. No, he did not.
Demoralized, man. Like literally demoralized. To see Shiloh Sanders out there and then just basically he just dancing and doing his thing, trying to make everything look good when it wasn't looking good. It makes it. We're talking about people, having resentment and everything. You know how much resentment I would feel that Shiloh Sanders is getting the favoritism over here, knowing very well that I'm capable of, or I'm better than Shiloh Sanders.
I think everybody in the chat was at the point when we brought this up was pro Shiloh. You remember that, Harry? Everybody was pro Shiloh, put Shiloh back in. Right?
I was pro Shiloh. Not everybody. I think there were some people that were agreeing that Shiloh shouldn't have played. But I don't want y'all to overshadow with Stoudemire that he played good last night. I think Love and Liberty, you were in the stadium. How did you feel about that?
They pick on Stoudemire on those out routes. I mean,
the wheel routes.
They throw out routes against Stoudemire, and he's always playing soft. He's always playing off. It's like you get a guaranteed first down if you throw an out route against Stoudemire. And I liked Stoudemire at safety. I think he played better at safety, but I don't know that I would start him over Shiloh. I mean, Shiloh's leaving this year. Stoudemire's got another year. Shiloh's got a ton of game experience, football IQ. And I don't think we lost any games because of either of those guys. I also see the way that you guys are looking at the financial pocket watching, I think as Coin Lito said, a little bit differently than me. And here's what I will say. If you're jealous of what somebody else is making, but you know you really are that dude like Nakai Hill-Green, you're still going to play your ass off because you know somebody's going to give you the bag. It's the players like our offensive line. Where are they going to go with the exception of Jordan Seaton and maybe Cash Cleveland based on IQ and playing ability because his size isn't as highly desirable as you would necessarily want. But of the other offensive linemen, if they hit the portal, what schools are really going to want them and who's going to give them a bag? So I see it as more of the guys who are hopeless, like nobody's going to give me a bag. Everybody's getting paid but me. I can't hit the portal because nobody wants me. I haven't put anything on tape. I'm just ready for my, say that I played for the Buffs, say that I played for Coach Prime and check out of here. So we gotta have everybody on the roster needs to have the potential to go somewhere else. So they say, hey, even if I'm not happy, like maybe Nakai was not, we don't really know, I'm still going to put my tape down. I'm still going to throw down on tape no matter what, because I'm about to leave here and get a bag from somebody else. We got players who can't necessarily wield that kind of leverage on the offensive line.
What
So
about the nuance? Let me ask you a question, though. I want us to think about this. You got to pocket watch because you have to deal with the human factor of how people think and how people operate. So, what do you think about the nuance of whether we're pocket watching or whether a player needs to think about this? You know, it's a real situation where guys feel like Son is not doing his job. Like you're watching tape and you're seeing Jordan Seaton missing those blocks, and if you play next to him or you're the guy that's behind him, you're like, I wouldn't have missed that block, but Son's getting paid a whole lot of money.
let
That's
me
a
let,
real thing that we got to deal with. So,
let
what do
me
you?
let me add this before Liberty respond.
Okay, go ahead.
Bear in mind, you got 5 stars coming out every year out of high school, right? Then you have people who, in the middle of their 4 years, they got hurt or something like that. So even their value now is diminished because they got hurt or something going on. So you balancing a consistent roster that with you, people coming in, and then now you adding the portal to it. That's a lot of money shifting and evaluations going up and down. So that is not an easy 1, 2, 3 fix because you got to watch it from 3 angles. The transport portal because of experience and readiness to go. The 5-star, 4-star coming in because you have to quote unquote develop or have people ready to start, ready to go. And all of those come with different evaluations. And then if you was the star or the man and then you got hurt and you had to sit out the rest of the season, next year and nobody's looking at you to return to your former glory.
Bro, we could just add Cormani McLean in this. This is probably our best examples. You got a 5-star that's getting $30,000 per month, and he's living in one of the best apartments in Boulder, but Son is stinking up the place. How do you, if you know you can cook, dude, and you just behind him, you're like, so how do you think about that? This is real. Pocket watching is a real thing that real human beings go through in life. If I saw a YouTuber that was making more than me and I know that he ain't bringing it like I'm bringing it, I will feel some kind of way, even though I'm not supposed to. So how do you deal with that on a team like CU, Love and Liberty?
I think we also get into the coach's ability to be something similar to a great hedge fund manager because
Good point.
Because stocks go up and down, and a good hedge fund manager can say, this stock's going down because the perception is wrong. It's going to recover. I'm going to hold it. And you've got people who are saying, no, this stock's gone down because fundamentally this business is flawed and it's never going to work. I'm getting out. And that's how these players are. So you got to know, is this guy down because he needs the right coaching? Or is his potential done? This guy's never going to break $100 a share. It just ain't ever going to happen. And so the coaches, that's on the coaching staff to be able to communicate up and down the line, because if you're behind Cormani and you know you're that guy and you feel like your coach doesn't see you, you're going to hit the portal and get that bag. But if you're behind Cormani and you don't know that you can hit the portal and get the bag and your coach still doesn't see you, then you're going to start having the culture problems of people, talking in little cliques and groups about this coach and that coach and this teammate and that teammate. And this is the coach's jobs as executives. Coach Prime is a CEO and I think Coach Prime is doing a great job of building the culture, but this is year 2. And I think we're there, but for the offensive line. So, but that's how I see it. I see it as stocks and stock picker hedge fund managers managing the team according to rising and falling values and long-term potential.
Yeah, and if you watch the Wolf of Wall Street, you would know that it's a difficult job to please every single member of that fund. And but that's a good point that you make. I'm glad that you brought that up, and that's why I like to get different opinions. I want to talk about just answer this real quick because this is important also. VI born and bred. If Shador wanted to buy a seat in Maybach, that's his money. That's true, but that could be toxic in a way because at the end of the day, if you look at your line, right? And you're buying one guy, the new guy. If you buy him a Maybach, then what message is that sending to the rest of your line? Unless you have enough money to buy the whole line Maybachs, then don't buy one person a Maybach because he's missing blocks. You know
No,
what I'm
you're
saying?
right
Like,
about that. You're right about that because I mean, normally what you see with quarterbacks is they may buy like the offensive line some Rolex watches,
Oh
something
yeah,
like
I
mhm,
that,
saw that
right?
recently.
Normally,
Somebody
when they
bought
buy
cars.
an offensive lineman something, it's the whole line, not just one
Right.
person something. So yeah,
right.
you can that's the easy way to sow seeds of dissent when you have one guy on the offensive line getting all the riches and glory from the quarterback. So are we not supposed to block for you as well? Like what messages they really sending?
That's not a good message, and that's why I say, look, it's fine. I think there are nuances in everything that we talk about. There are ways that everything's going to be right, and it could be wrong. Also, that's why we have differences. You know, we have a panel, and people have different opinions, and but you also have to look at every angle. Every single angle has to be explored. I'm not buying a Maybach if I'm the quarterback, bro. All you gotta do is just go watch the movie Remember the Titans with Denzel Washington. Go watch that. You gotta move as a unit and you gotta be united. If you're buying one person, I'm sure he's gonna come out in a press conference and say, "Oh, the guys are fine, and ain't nobody tripping over there. I talk to my guys; they're all good. I take them out to eat every now and then. But guess what? They got to poop out that dinner that you. But Jordan Seaton is driving his Maybach while they already pooped out the dinner that you gave him a week ago. Like, it's like, ah,
So let me say this towards the chat. Nobody's saying Jordan Seaton didn't play bad, didn't play good. He's a freshman starting, so he did an amazing job for being somebody coming out
He
of
got
high school.
freshman All American.
Yeah, so we not critiquing Jordan Seaton play. We are specifically talking about him getting paid coming in as a 5-star versus people who were already on the team now looking at him saying, "How come he got more money than me?" So
right. It's
that
real.
that
It's
is
a
what
real.
creates the pocket watching. So we're not critiquing Cormani or we're not critiquing them. We're talking about the money that is creating the dissension in the locker room that we think is affecting the heart of the team.
Right. It's a real thing. People think that, because it's real life, man, get your weight up. If you're not getting what you supposed to get, then get better. Some people are just not that good as and they don't have the same clout as you. But they know they can play and they're playing. There are backups that are just waiting for their opportunity. So if we were to take the example, we said Cash Cleveland was a walk on. He's in front of Zelinkus. Well, he's behind Zelinkus. Zelinkus is getting paid a certain amount of money. He's eating. He's every time he makes a mistake. You know what Cash Cleveland is thinking? Son, cook, son. Whether he says it out in a press, he'll never say that, and you will never get anybody to admit that you're thinking in your brain like, cook, son. Right? While he's making all those mistakes. The second Cash Cleveland comes into the game, bada boom, bada bang, he's the starter. And then he's like, yo, I told you I can cook, son. But he was getting all that money. So yes, there is always going to be that dynamic in that locker room. And we got to make sure that we understand that. Like from a fan's perspective, yes, I get it. There's a lot of things that we're not privy to. I know, but the little crumbs that they give us, we're going to explore all of those crumbs. That's our job. Our job is to take all of the crumbs, put them together, and try to make a cookie. All right, and that's what we do best. All right, we take the crumbs. That's how Travis Hunter got the situation that he got in. It was one crumb. All it took was one crumb, and somebody went, "Uh oh." Oh man.
It's going to be hard going forward. With coaches now has to deal. They basically are what you call minor leagues of the NFL. College football now is the
NFL.
minor leagues of the
Uh,
NFL, and
no,
we have
This
to
is
look
NFL.
why.
NFL doesn't have a developmental league. The
But this
NBA
is
has the
why.
G League.
right. So that's how we got
The
to look at it
the
because,
MLB has the farms. So you
but
go.
when you have the transfer portal that doesn't go by your classes and your credits anymore, there's a freedom and liberty to transfer at any time, right?
Mhm.
So in a situation where Love and Liberty was saying some people know they can't jump in the portal because they have no value, because there are people jump in the portal and got stuck. There are people who left and don't play nowhere else. So I think regardless if Shador gifted him, regardless of whatever the situation was or they negotiated, because I'm just saying the 5 stars and the 4 stars that's coming in have a better position to negotiate coming to see you. And then the people in the transfer portal have a better negotiation because they stock is evaluated based on they have an amazing season. And then now I could take my draft stock for the transfer portal and enter and negotiate a different price. So it really creates a mini pro level thing. You just have to go to classes. So it's tricky. I think it affects
Oh,
CU.
hey, don't forget this part too, Panda. Prom sends certain people to national TV to roll them out, but that's not the thing that we do for everyone.
Yeah, but everybody's not
But
that.
here's the thing, though. If we can be completely honest, none of this even matters because what we saw from Colorado the previous 2 years is nothing like what we're going to see the next 5 years from Colorado. So I don't even think we can have an honest conversation about what the expectations should be from Deion Sanders and the Colorado staff.
Explain your point a
Until,
little.
Yeah, I want to know too. I want to know what your line of thinking is. I'm over here like, ooh, Phil got something. Go ahead, Phil.
because think about it, Shador is not there anymore. Travis is not there anymore. The whole quote unquote daddy ball conversation is no longer going to be there. Goes to the point that you talked about. You want to see what Colorado looks like when Staub is the quarterback. You know what I mean? So we're going to see a different type of team. We're going to see things be ran a lot differently because for all intents and purposes, they don't have a surefire number one first round draft pick on offensive side of the ball next year that's going to be there. They don't have a surefire number one first round draft pick on the defense side of the ball next year. So the way he coaches and the way he handles the team is going to look a lot different next year. So that's why I say we can't even have a real conversation about it until we see what the team look like next year because we
Well,
don't know who the top dog really going to be outside of
But,
maybe C.
but Phil, are you saying that they're not going to be as good, or are you saying that it's
Oh,
just
they
going to be?
definitely won't be as good next year.
Hmm.
But finish the second part of that question. I'm sorry.
mhm.
No, I think it was the same thing. Just kind of repeat it.
But no, they're not going to be as good next year. I think they probably will lose. Um, I'm not. I think they'll probably go 8-4 next year. They play BYU next year. They play Arizona State next year. I think they play Kansas next year. They play Kansas State next year. So just based off of what we've seen this year when they played against ranked opponents, for all intents and purposes, those teams will be ranked. You know, if quote unquote everything plays out the way we expect it to, which obviously things don't always happen that way. But if they play out as we expect it to, um, those teams are going to be ranked. We've seen what they did this year and last year against ranked opponents with 2 first round draft picks. Why should we think they're going to play any better with lesser talent next year against better talent?
You
Well,
you
well,
stepping into something, and I do have shows that are queued up for the boring months. What do you say that Joe Class calls it, or what do they call it? What somebody calls it, Phil?
What?
The off season something.
Well, no. Josh Pate says he doesn't call it the off season. That's what he's saying. He whispers off season because there's
Oh,
no
okay.
such thing as off season in college football.
Right. So there ain't no off season because I got shows that are queued up, and we're going to be talking about. We're going to get into the trenches, and when I say trenches, I ain't talking about just our trenches, but yeah, I got shows coming up that we're going to have different discussions about. But you're touching on something that I find to be unique because I think in the back of my head, like personally, as somebody who follows the team very closely, I feel like I don't know if we're going to be good next year. I feel like we're gonna be regressing back to a normal place where football becomes football without the show, and now we're gonna see a coach immerse emerge? Like, is a coach going to emerge, or are we going to see the bland-faced coach that's being dominated on the sidelines when we play Nebraska and when we play BYU and when we play Oregon or when we play Kansas? Oh, is that the coach we're going to see in the next couple of years? Or are we going to see an animated coach who's really like the guy that got the playbook and he's looking, he's sweating, and he's looking, trying to find out what's the next thing that can catch this guy? Oh, I see him doing, oh, no, he didn't. No, he didn't just disguise that same play. Oh, I know. I got something for that.
Well, unfortunately, Harry, our offensive coordinator does not have that animation. And him not
I'm
having
talking
that
about
animation-
Prime, not offensive coordinator.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that if the offensive coordinator is responsible for drafting up the playbook, right?
Did you just put on your Prime shades? Because every time I try to get at Prime, you're always ready, bro. You're always ready.
Because I look at it this way. Phil said something great. We don't have Shador and Travis next year. Travis counts as two players, right?
Mm-hmm.
Concern is, and I want to hear Love and Liberty respond to this. We still are going after receivers and stuff. I don't find that we did an excellent job at going behind the wall, in which I call them the trenches.
Mm-hmm.
And if we don't do that, to put Juju it, okay, Wild Dog, we're gonna suspend you for 2 weeks. I'm good with 6-6 in a rebuild year. I'm gonna suspend you for 2 weeks, Wild Dog.
No, you're not suspending that. You're taking that because the Texas Truth is also saying that. Like, if we go 6 wins, we make a bowl in a rebuild year. You want that. But would that be enough for the naysayers? I don't think
you're gonna rebuild, Harry. Wait,
Harry, no, that's not okay. That's not okay. Y'all can't go 6-6 and that be okay because everybody want to gloat about Bama going 9-3. We can't do that.
There you go. You want to defend your
we gotta be fair.
There you go.
We gotta be fair.
Oh, but y'all are more stable than us. But y'all are more stable than us. So
they gotta at least go 8-4 because if they love
your bar is different. No, Phil, be fair. Phil, be fair.
One game they lost this year, then they fell off, right?
Love and Liberty. What you project for next year? 6-6 too?
I'm a lot more optimistic.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm a lot more optimistic.
How? On what grounds?
I think there are trench guys coming in. Finding out today that Loadholt is leaving threw me for a loop. I'm not gonna lie, like that.
Right.
So that makes me question everything. But I'm speaking as if I don't know that Loadholt's leaving because I got to take time to process that.
No. Process it right now. Don't play with me. You're going to get this work. Take that work right now and answer as if you already know he's gone.
Okay. So then I got to ask another question to Dion at the press conference or get some information. Because I got to know, is Loadholt leaving because Dion was unsatisfied with his performance this year? Or is Loadholt leaving because he was unsatisfied working with Coach Prime?
Man, you on one today.
Yo,
but those
man,
are
your
questions
questions
that you
gonna
really
be
don't
like,
get answers to,
wow.
though. But those aren't really questions you get answers to. I
You
mean,
said
it's
you
a great question to ask. But
wait, you said you do get answers for those questions? No, you don't.
You don't.
Yeah.
You don't get answers to those types of questions. But yeah, we all want to know the answer to that for sure. Like I said, the whole exit interview question, like, why are you leaving? What's the real reason behind you going into the transfer portal? Is it because you're trying to get more playing time? You're trying to get a quote unquote bag. You're trying to be closer to home, to be closer to Big Mama, closer to your girlfriend. What's the situation? We don't get those answers about why coaches are leaving until maybe 3-4 years down the road when people kind of start talking about it and the insiders start rumbling about stuff.
But I still want to know, Love and Liberty, go back in to your bag, bring out the 6-6 question again, know the truth, embrace the truth. All right? And answer this question honestly, please. And Lady C said, what's up, dude? So in case you got a friend in Lady C, if you know Lady C speaks.
Oh, I know Lady C. I got to make sure that the Queen Lady C knows Wild Dog because Wild Dog told me to introduce them, and I can't believe they don't know each other. It's two of my favorite people on YouTube.
Wait, Lady C, is Lady C the one that be doing those videos and like she's like she got like mad like research and all that?
I know Lady C from interacting on my channel. That's how I know Lady C.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure if it's the same lady. I know there's a channel that does like research and they do like the history, like I used to do. I moved away from it, but somebody picked it up and they're doing mad research and they're looking like real cinematic. I'm like, oh, look at here. I love it. Anyways, but no, answer my question, my guy.
All right, what's the question?
Okay, go back in. Now that you know that low hope is probably gone, and you ask Coach Prime, pretend he answered you. Okay, Lady C said no, that's not me. Okay, pretend he answered you, and you're like 6-6. You're evaluating the team, and you're like, I don't know if we're going to be that good. What is your prediction?
And why?
Oh man.
Yeah.
Okay, Harry, let's take off the low. That's too heavy for us.
No, it's not. Because you can't answer the question without knowing that Loho is gone.
Man, I
Shallow. That's true. Shallow C. You're right. Your Love Moves. You're right. Love Moves is on it. Go ahead, Love Moves. Go ahead, but answer that question if you can.
I know I got rose-colored glasses on, but I just believe in Coach Prime so much.
Oh my goodness!
I mean, I'm drinking the Homer water, I guess, but I mean, I can't lie to you. I feel like next year is gonna be. I feel like next year they're gonna be in the Big 12 championship.
So let me ask you this: so Love and Liberty, who's gonna be the starting quarterback next year?
I bet Salter starts. I keep drawing the comparison, and I know that DC remembered this, but if y'all remember Kelly Bryant, who played in front of Trevor Lawrence, yeah, and I think Kelly Bryant didn't want to be the guy who hands over the team to Trevor Lawrence, but that ended up being his role, and he did great at it. They went to the national championship that year, lost to Alabama. But then won it the next year with Trevor. But I think that Salter is going to have the experience and be a gamer. I see him starting. I see them moving into a dual quarterback type thing for maybe a game or two.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Maybe not. But
do you honestly think Juju is
right
as Trevor was as a true
Hey,
freshman?
I'm putting my faith.
Here's the second part.
Hold on, let me just say something.
Colorado is as good as Clemson was with the players around Trevor as a true freshman, because I think that's why Juju won't be successful as a true freshman at Colorado.
Because Clemson had the trenches. Clemson, the buildup of Dabo was building the trenches, and by the time Trevor got there, they had the trenches.
So I don't know how we can be so confident in Colorado, because they're not built the same as what Clemson was, which Trevor Lawrence was the last true freshman to win a national championship.
Yeah, I just think that the trenches are going to be improved next year. I mean, again, this is why the Load Holt thing throws me for a loop, because before Load Holt was leaving, I think the trenches are going to be much improved next year. I think you're going to get Salter's experience. Again, August Dave averaging 4.5 yards a carry behind this offensive line. So run the ball more next year, lean on Salter, improve your trenches, and we got to replace Nakai. So somebody's got to replace Nakai. Man, I don't know. I know I'm drinking
about the defensive issues.
You sounding nervous.
I am nervous. I'm nervous.
You know what? I appreciate you just admitting it. Just say it, man. It ain't looking good. It ain't looking good for Colorado next year, and I appreciate your honesty.
I would say this.
I've never heard Love and Liberty this flustered.
I just want to push back on Phil a little bit, because Phil is a Bama guy that lives in Georgia. I don't get it, right? But I would say this. I think Colorado built the team the wrong way. They should have built from the trenches out, but it's hard to get people to come in on a 1-11 team. But going forward, my struggle is Colorado is developing a rehab system where they are saying bring your broken.
Don't do this again, dude. You had me down last night. You're doing it again.
We are going to take you all and do our best. And I don't like that approach to the portal. I don't want no injury reserve player. I don't want nobody who had a great year and broke his pinky bone. And now
His femur.
I don't want to operate a rehab.
Otto, remember Otto? Dang, bro. You are so right. Everybody that came to see you was a broken dude. Otto came broken. We haven't seen him, right? It's like all of these dudes that come like at their high ticket, we talk about them highly, but then they come in there so broken, they need time to be fixed.
And it's a situation where
and Colorado can't even hang their hat on like lighting it up in the transfer portal right now because of the bigger names that have been in the transfer portal this cycle. They haven't gone to Colorado outside of Jaheim Otis, the guy from Alabama.
The guy from Alabama is the only one.
There's no big names that went to Colorado. All your receivers have already gone to somewhere in the SEC or the Big Ten. Same for defensive line, same for offensive line. So it's looking rough right now for Colorado, unless maybe some of the guys that are still in the playoffs go into the transfer portal. Maybe they can get some guys that come into Colorado, but outside of that, it's going to be based off of whoever is currently on the roster at Colorado next year to make a difference. And I don't know if they got the horses right now.
This is the only thing where I say Coach Prime be lying sometimes. And I must go and use the L word. Coach Prime be lying sometimes. He's like,
oh no, you just blaspheme. Oh no.
So let me ask you a question.
Coach Prime be lying, so that came out of your mouth. Oh,
yeah, man. Because he was like, we got what we need. I'm like, when I looked at the game, I was like, this ain't it. These people look like they need.
Were you the one that says don't take what he says at the press conference for Bible? Did you say that?
Yeah, but now that I think about it, he sold me that the last time when he was like, "Yo, I'm going to the portal. I know what I need." I'm like, "You didn't find it."
No. Hey, Harry, I got a quick question for the Texas Truth. The Texas Truth said the next wave of transfers we getting from them playoff teams, Prime not playing. So the Texas Truth.
Come on, bro. Stop.
No.
Stop the gap. Stop the gap.
No. Let's have an honest conversation. So the Texas Truth.
How
many players from playoff teams does Colorado need to get for your statement to be valid? Is it 5? Is it 10? Is it 15? Is it 20? Is it just one? Give me something that we can come back to and have this conversation about.
Texas Truth, are you drinking already? It's only 5 o'clock.
I already had mine pounded and I'm on it. So what's up?
What's that? I need that audio. Stop the cap, sir. Stop the cap.
I'm asking a serious question. For that,
and it's a valid thing.
Hey, Phil, do you really believe? Do you believe the Texas Truth that we're gonna get the best from the playoff teams? Come on now, we got demolished.
Wait, no, Harry, no.
He said we only need 3 guys.
Okay, cool. So now I got a follow-up question. Will all 3 of those guys be starters next year?
He's lining you up. Just be careful.
No, Harry. I'm not lining anybody up. I'm making sure we're on the same page so we can revisit this. Because if he's right, I want to give him all the credit, and if he's wrong, I want my receipt.
There's no way only 3 players will change.
So you kind of you're 50-50 lining him up and 50 not him? Like
he says a linebacker on a D line. Man, you forget the whole O-line need Jesus.
So okay,
no bet. I'm okay with it.
I need the perspective, Phil. How do you get demolished in a place and then get all of the guys to come to your team and say, "Oh yeah, I want to play for the guys that got demolished"? Because it's Prime, and you know what? If Prime just can get me, then yes, I can make the difference. Stop the cap, son. Stop the cap.
But Harry, I saw they go into the
hold on,
interview
brother.
from the transport portal telling Coach Prime, you see my tape, you know I'm gonna come and change this organization, I believe. And then they get there and they turn out to be Komani.
No, but Harry, I got an answer for you. You're talking about a team that got demolished. If you go back and look at Alabama when they played against Utah, the very next year, Alabama won a national championship. That was when they lost to Utah in the Sugar Bowl. Alabama lost to Clemson in the national championship game, got blown out. It was ridiculous. The very next year, they went back to the national championship game and won. So you can get demolished, you can get embarrassed and bounce back from it. I'm not saying that's what Colorado will do, but what I'm saying is you can do it. And some guys are just built different. They want to be a part of something different. They want to be a part of this story to say that Colorado is being like the Phoenix rising from the ashes. Some people want to say, I want to go play for Deion Sanders, Coach Deion Prime Sanders. So there's still hope.
I mean, yeah, I hear violins and everything.
Let me
hold on. I gotta address it. I hear violins and it's cute and it's all that. I get it, but listen, man.
Hey, the tennis channel ain't on the panel no more, so I gotta take his job.
Yeah,
because I still don't know how they were gonna get two 1,000-yard
rushes. But Phil, is it real genuine? Because I know you, brother. Okay, from a scale of 1 to 10. What level of genuality would you say what all of you're doing and saying is really genuine? From a 1 to 10.
I would say about 7.5, 8.
I knew it. I knew it because I know you, man. Look, listen. When you take
there's something wrong with your volume, man, because they straining in the comments to hear you.
When you take an L like you took, like Colorado took in that game, all right?
What game?
BYU, my guy.
I forgot that game already. That game didn't even exist.
Yeah, that's what Prime said in the conference. Oh, they already forgot. Yeah, right. Nobody ever forgets that kind of whipping, bro. All right, I'm African, bro. When certain whippings we get, bro, it lives with us forever. Our backs and our arms can tell you that we got that whooping. You don't forget easily. Anyway, I digress. This is what I see happening as far as what's going to transpire next year. It's a rebuild, and we got to embrace the rebuild, guys. We're going to lose 40, or if we don't lose 40, we're bringing in 40. 30 or 40, we're bringing in. It's going to be a new team. I hinted to it not too long.
Every year?
Yes. Yeah, it's a rebuild, and then you keep 1 or 2. It's going to be a rebuild. You keep 1 or 2. So we're in for a 10-year haul. Like, I don't know how y'all feel about this. We're in. We're going to be rebuilding for a long time.
We can't critique Prime if it's a rebuild every year, then. We can't be that hard on him.
What do you mean?
If he's rebuilding every year on the level you're talking about rebuilding?
It's going to be another 30 or 40 coming in. You know that, right?
Man. Well, at that point, we have
no. That's the reality. Like, you cannot.
So let me say this: if it's a rebuild every year, what is the value in keeping an OC or a DC that is underperforming? We can all agree that Pat Shermer underperformed.
Optics looks bad, man. Shador had to play with, like, every year he had every other year he had another OC. The optics looks bad. It's really a judge of character and talent. You're supposed to be this good judge of person, but either your connect man is not a good connect man. You're getting bad product. You feel me? You're getting bad product, bro. Your connect man is a bad
shake. We ain't getting no real thing. We getting
we're not getting that good product, bro. We're not getting that good stuff. So I'm sorry for the drug reference for those of you who are in the streets and you just got flashbacks. I'm sorry to give y'all flashbacks for you drug dealers out there, but I'm just saying, like,
I'm so far removed.
I'm just saying, like, if you think about it, right? If you're having an OC that you can't grow with, maybe I would have to do a video on what's the longevity of people actually. And I said we was about to wrap up, but it's been like 3 hours. Like, as long as you have Panda here, this show would never end. But anyway, look.
Praise God.
As long as you have I need to understand how long do coaches keep their OCs? Oh, Phil might know this. Phil's been around, and Love and Liberty, y'all might know this. How long do coaches keep their OCs?
But it's a new football though, so bear in mind.
No, I just want to know, like from a legacy standpoint.
Okay.
What is the tenure for OCs and HCs to be together? Is it like 3-5 years?
It's
It
very
really just
5 to 10.
depends. It just depends. It can be anywhere from like 3 to 5 years because you want to try to do at least like a recruiting class. But if you have a really hot shot upstart, offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, you may see them leave in
I
year
said
1 or
5
2.
to 10. I was tripping.
And then you got teams like
3 to 5.
Alabama. Coach Saban has never, he's never fired an offensive or defensive coordinator. They've only promoted and gone elsewhere. So about 3 to 5 years is typically what you see.
JR Boxing says 2 to 3 years. So then this is indicative of what Prime has been doing.
Sports, so I can give him that number too. JR Boxing knows sports. I'll go with 2 to 3 if he say it.
So if it's 2 to 3 years, then we can't be really that hard on Prime.
No, not really. But I would like to see him have.
Dang, I wish we. I'm disappointed because I really wanted to go in. Okay, so we can't be hard on
Jimmy
Prime.
Carter died, y'all.
Jimmy Carter is dead?
Yeah, the president. You know, on the president from the state of Georgia, man.
He had a good run though.
Wow, rest in peace, Jimmy Carter.
Kick the bucket, man. He was 100 years old, man. God bless him.
I really like the work he used to do with Habitat Humanity, yo.
Oh, he hit 100?
Yeah, he hit 100.
Yeah, he was up there. You know, one time they said he was going to check out, but rest in peace.
Oh, there goes the story. Wow.
So
hey, but at the end of the day, man, Deion is trash in big games, and Colorado needs to get rid of him. That's what it boiled down to.
Oh, you're willing to put the trash tag on him?
No, I'm just being extra because there was like a lull.
Oh, of course. Of course you're being there.
Love and Liberty. Do you want Pat Shermer or you want a new coordinator that's younger and more college oriented versus pro oriented?
Man, I'm leaving that question to Coach Prime. I trust Coach Prime, and I think, like I said, when I want to
get your press
I'm still gonna ask those questions I want to ask, but I'm just gonna be real with you that I do. I default to thinking that Coach Prime has played this game his entire life at the most elite level.
You're right, bro.
He has standards. He has a work ethic. He has a drive to be excellent in everything he does. I don't think that he's going to let people stay around if he doesn't trust them. And I've been over here in the background going over to the CU Aunties page on Instagram because I couldn't find our incoming transfers everywhere. And I was like, oh, I know where they're at. The Aunties are on top of it. And, man, we have got some dogs, it looks like, coming. I mean, just way more than I could even remember off the top of my head.
Or freshmen?
Hey, hold on. Hey, Love and Liberty, I got a question to ask you, and I hope you don't take offense to this. Is your wife black?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Why he sound like he's down? Like he's down?
It's just the more we talk to him, the more things that he says that I'm like, wait a minute. You got some good bones in you a little bit. So I just
gotta know. Like he thought you was down, man. So that is that a flex?
I mean, if you think it is, sure. I mean, it ain't a flex to me. I'm just asking the question.
But you want to
whole life. No, I'm down with beautiful souls. That's what I'm down with.
Soul sister. We're gonna use soul and sisters together. So you say you're down with beautiful souls. You know, you're kind of creeping up in there, in that, ebony.
Y'all need to stop,
yo. Hey, yo, rest in peace, Jimmy Carter. Go ahead. What are you gonna say, Panda?
I was gonna ask Love and Liberty, any game changers you see coming? Because you were excited about what you saw, but did you see anybody there as a game changer? Because what I don't want us to do is to start thinking freshmen could start. That is not a normal thing.
So Jordan Cena is an anomaly, huh?
No, it's just it happens, but it's not at a higher percentage that people think that true freshmen is just going to come and dominate like that, right? Am I wrong?
I mean, when Wild Dog was telling y'all that we should be afraid of, freshmen starting, I don't know how y'all wanted to take
True
it.
freshmen don't just come in and just show out like that. They have good season. They can have a good season, but rarely do we see a true freshman just come in and show out and take a team to win a championship. Let alone take a team that is going to have a talent gap in most games they play in throughout the season. So I don't have a lot of confidence that Juju is going to lead them to a conference championship game next year. I don't think Colorado's going to win the conference next year. I just don't see it right now.
This CU Auntie thing, what is that about? Is that like a Facebook group or who? What are the CU Aunties? And they got stats?
How do you not know who the CU Aunties are?
Because I'm not on Well Off. I don't. I get my information from real sources, not like the inside. I'm not an insider, so that's why I'm not on Well Off. So
it's not a well off thing.
How do you know about the CU Aunties? Like I heard of the CU Aunties, but when you say they got a group and they keep track of what's coming and what's going.
Yeah, especially their Instagram page. It's on fire, man. It's on point. I did a 10-minute Google search for incoming transfers and freshmen and couldn't find anything. DNVR had something, but it was behind a paywall. And that's when I remembered, why didn't I just go right to the CU Aunties page on Instagram? I went there, got everything I needed, and it's a great group of ladies. Every now and then I meet somebody when I'm live streaming and they let me know that they're part of the CU Aunties. I don't know if it's a sorority you got to get initiated into.
It's the groupies page for Dion. That's all it is.
It's a groupies. Leave it a fail to just put a dagger in it. Like, come on, man. It's a groupies page. It sounds like it's real source. Like you get real information out there, right?
Look, Dion is a single man, right?
Oh Lord, don't do it, Phil. Come on, man.
You know what? That's exactly why he's not focused. Did you see what Jason Whitlock said?
You're crashing out, Phil. You're crashing out. End. Phil, you're crashing out. Don't do it, man.
This is what happens when you get me on 4 hours of sleep.
I know. So, and then look, it's you're so swept with it. Like that's why he's single. I'm like, dang, it's in your brain, bro. You're thinking about this stuff.
Yo, Harry.
We gotta go. We gotta get out of here. What?
Harry, could you take him off the screen? He's looking at me too much.
Oh, I mean, I just want to give him this respect, I
appreciate it.
Just like 10 seconds of silence, please. Just 10 seconds. All right, thank you. I appreciate that. Appreciate that.
Hey, bless his family though, Father God. Don't seriously, man. You know what I'm saying? Like we can joke all we want to, but like that's a real man that got real family. You know what I'm saying? So all that, all the thoughts and prayers, all that good stuff you're supposed to say when people die.
Yeah, I actually do pray though, because I don't believe in nobody thinking and just thinking of prayer.
Hey, but you know what? I can't wait to see Trump and Biden and Obama and Clinton. And Clinton just got out of the hospital. They all got to be at the funeral together because they the only living president. This is gonna be funny as heck.
You love drama, don't you, man? Do you watch all those love and whatever? Are they like on cue?
I used to in college, but I don't anymore. Once I graduated from college, I pretty much stopped watching them. But I honestly can't watch cringe stuff like that live because I have secondary embarrassment. So like when people do something embarrassing on TV, it makes me feel embarrassed, so I have to change the channel. So like when people do those weird things doing
that is very white of you.
That's a white thing? Because I feel the same way. And I go to a white church.
Hey, Panda, I guess I'm inspiring for better things in life, so I'm okay with it.
Nah, all jokes aside, I cringe when I see some of our sisters do some things and them little game show things. It be weird for me. I can't watch it.
You talking about the balloon pop stuff?
Yeah, like some of it be weird.
Hey, but CU fan said I was right. I don't know what he said I was right about, but he said I was right. So
Right about what?
That's a Christmas
It
came
doesn't
late,
matter.
but it came.
Phil would take
Pause.
anything that says he's right. It doesn't matter what he's
Yeah.
right about. He would
Hey,
just take.
Christmas came late, but it came. Pause.
Okay.
Phil, you hardly right. You just say deep things with words that we trying to figure out. You don't
Hey, but that don't
necessarily be
stop you from
saying
giving
that.
me my flowers, though, right?
He's like the only
You
black
taking
guy that knows
flowers
like
serious.
10 words, and then he
Yeah,
tries to confuse us with his good words and stuff. Like
So
I
you
haven't
so
read
you saying
enough.
I'm a fake Ti?
yeah,
Is that how you look? Oh,
yeah. Perfect example. Perfect
Just
example.
say a bunch of words that end in ION, and you sound smart. Or OUS.
T.I. is the perfect example of that.
Yo, no. You do be kind of poetic with yours. So I gotta read
Thank
more
you. I
books.
do
You know
like
what I'm
that.
saying?
I be tired with T.I. just trying to force big words. I be tired of seeing Killer Mike at every black person funeral. Like Killer Mike, you ain't got to go to this one. You don't even know the guy.
I
Hey, now
feel,
when Killer Mike
and I'll give you another
Killer
one.
Mike on one though. Killer Mike be on one for real.
I'll give you another one. I think Stephen A. Smith is trying to be like the late what was that sports reporter? I had his name on my brain and I forgot. Stuart
Cat
Scott.
Stuart Scott. Now he'll never be Stuart Scott because Stuart Scott was an actual anchor, and so their jobs were different. But Stuart Scott was just revolutionary, man. Like Stephen A.
Stuart
Smith couldn't
Scott
hold
used
that
to
job.
use those words, and then he would make the words bounce off of each other. Then he would throw it up and grab it, and then throw a hip hop reference in there. I feel
It was
like
beautiful. It was beautiful.
yeah, it was. It was like, but then I see, I'll be listening to Stephen A. and I'm like, he's trying to be Stuart Scott, and it's not working. That I feel cringe when sometimes he would say certain words, and I'm like, did he just look that up before he said it?
Yeah,
And
he
you want to know
trying
something
too hard.
funny? Stuart Scott, his daughters, they have the same lazy eye he has because they
Wow.
had them on ESPN
Uh-huh.
last week. They did a little story on him, and one of his daughters was talking, and she had the same little lazy eye that was kind of going off or whatever. So it's just funny how that was kind of it is what it is. It was kind of his calling card from
Yeah,
a physical
He
feature
was a
standpoint.
legend, though. I
dude,
don't
I'm
Oh
think
yeah,
telling.
for sure. You can't
I
take
don't
that
know
away
that
from
we
him.
can even do it justice if we were to say like how great he was. We need 10 more years to just be like, dang.
he was
If
good.
you think
He was
about the
different,
great,
man.
yeah, he was. Like, bro, for you to throw like hip hop in there, and then not just hip hop, he would take pop culture and make it make sense, trying to explain something that was going on in
Yeah.
sports. I was like,
Yeah,
dang,
he was good. He
I
was
wish I could ever get that good. Like, that's why, you know what? Y'all give me a few years and I throw some words. I gotta read more books though, because I'll
Look,
be getting caught up. So
my mom always thought I was gonna try to be a news anchor because I watched ESPN in the morning as a child from like I don't know, let's say 9 years old, all the way up until I
mm,
graduated high school. So she always thought that's what I was gonna do. And Stuart Scott was one of the ones that, kind of caught her attention because obviously, him being black and then him being a little hip, whatever you want to call it. You know what I'm saying? So,
yeah.
so yeah, man, he was different, man.
I mean, Phil, you articulate yourself well. We just don't like your voice.
I think it's
I
just you.
understand that.
You saying we though, but Panda, I think it's you though. I think you gotta like just personalize that so it can feel real to you. Because I think it's just you.
But you know what though? But I'm a bump into Panda randomly one day in Atlanta,
I know.
and then I'm just
You
gonna be
gonna say,
like,
like,
nah.
"Are you Panda?" Because you're not gonna know. Cause he never shows his face. He never shows his face. So you're gonna hear the voice, and you're gonna be like, "Are
Right.
you Panda?" Because your
Yo.
voice sounds.
I'm be like, are you a bandwagon buff?
Yeah. hey, Phil, when you're in the line, right? You think it's Panda, because you're hearing the voice, and you just gonna like just turn around, just say bandwagon buff, just to see if he responds. Just to see if it responds.
No, I'm gonna be like, hey, bro. Hey, you heard of a dude named Panda? That's probably what I would say. Like, I'd be okay with I'll ask strangers anything if I do it nicely. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I won't say anything.
Yeah, don't do like me, man. Somebody from Instagram, I went and hugged the person thinking it's the person. I'm like, man, you look so different. She's like, I don't know.
No, yeah, I'm not doing that.
Yeah. Like,
No.
never again.
Oh no! If you're like, this freaks me out so much. Every time I hear your voices, then when I see your faces, it throws me off Because sometimes y'all let your camera on, and then I'm like, oh shoot, what the heck? You sure you want to show that? I'll be like, yo, wait a minute. Ron Tate, he's not ugly. I'm just saying. Ron Tate's voice does not match his face, bro.
I never seen his face, but his voice is definitely.
Yeah, Ron Tate's voice does not match his face. And it freaks me out. I'm like, no, that is not the face I'm supposed to see. I'm like, no. Go ahead, cover back up. Go ahead. But anyway, let me just let y'all know that shows that I got coming up. I want to talk about the recruits that first of all, what prom is going to look like in year number 3, what the players are going to look like, what each room is going to look like. I want to dedicate like specific shows. We're going back to obviously, we're on vacation, so I got to do these marathon shows that Phil likes. But I'm going to be doing hour shows again, to where 2-hour shows or hour shows, to where we tackle just one issue. Like, hey, the linebackers room, who's out there, who's in the portal, who's to come. Are we addressing issues? Because there's going to be shows where we have to address, like, is prom addressing these issues? We lost Rispers. Are we going to replace? Who's going to replace Rispers? Right? Prom doesn't like to go into homes because he don't like roaches, right? So who's going into those homes? I know he got a team.
Lazy. That's all. He lazy.
Well, it is what it is. You're sleepy. Don't try to get me canceled. But anyway, so we lost Rispers. Now the rumors of Lodholt and Dancy leaving.
It's a rumor, or does it come from?
I don't know. That looked like a well-off photo that I got.
Why you posted?
I posted it because somebody said, look, are we leaving? And then usually when we get breaking news, I try to post it. But anyways, I'm saying we got shows coming up that we're going to have to talk about. So if you guys hear anything out there, just come ready when you see me live. We got our regular times. We're going to go back to the Monday night football shows. We either going to do an hour right about 9 o'clock. We got to stop because I got a 4 a.m. out time. Like I got to be up 4 a.m. That's not a good thing. But anyways, guys, thank you so much for joining me on this pop-up show this Sunday. I got a lot off my chest. I don't know how y'all feel. That loss was hurting me. And just the fact that we came on here and we talked, we laughed and everything, I feel a little lighter.
You feel better?
I feel better. I promise you. This is
therapy.
Straight up sports therapy right here. I'm telling you. I know people always tell me, yo, Harry B, this show is like therapy, but today I needed the therapy. It's like one of those Baptist pastors, right? They're so used to preaching the same message, and then one day God just grabs them and say, I need you to pay attention to this message. This is what and then they're like, oh man, this message even blessed me today. But this show even blessed me today because I had a heavy heart, man.
See what you're doing there. I told you we're not doing this road to Damascus stuff.
I'm just saying. Okay? Hey Phil, whenever you feel the conviction, don't forget to just lean into it. Okay, I'm just saying. It ain't me talking when you hear that. Okay,
just know if I call you at 1 o'clock in the morning crying, it's your fault.
Hey, listen, man.
I want to be very clear with you.
Hey, listen. You already know what time it is, okay? I know if you call me at 1 o'clock, something serious is going on. You feel me? So
yeah, that's true. That's true.
Exactly. So it is what it is. But like again, lean in if you feel that spirit talking on you. Okay, you got to lean in. You can't. Don't tug of war because you're never gonna win. You feel me? Final words. Let's go. Love and Liberty. You start first. We're going backwards on my green room. Love and Liberty. What is your final thoughts? Let's get up out of here.
My final thoughts are: I was having a rough day, and you turned it around, Harry B. I appreciate that. Appreciate the chat.
Up, man?
Appreciate Panda, CU fan, Phil, DC, Wild Dog, Lady C, everybody in the chat. And I am, I've got my questions. You guys heard they were saying that's the first negative thing I've ever said about CU. That's not true, but I just believe in Coach Prime. I really do. I really trust that he has never stopped wanting to be great, that he has greatness inside of him, that he's in the process of manifesting it. We all get to enjoy watching it. Last night was brutal. It was terrible, but it's got to be another learning experience. It's got to be a stepping stone. I'm keeping the faith. I still think, I know y'all are going to laugh, but I'm going to end it with this. And hey, we got the receipts, so I'll either be a joke next season or I'll be proven right. I think next season is going to be an improvement on this season, and I'll end with that.
Improvement. So say the number. Say the number.
Yeah, say the number. Don't just run away from it. Lean into it.
I think we're going to win the Big 12 championship. I think we're going to at least go to the Big 12 championship. I think we're going to win it, a step down from that, and then after that, I don't know.
Do you have any Liberian friends other than me?
I believe one of my brothers of the Marine Corps was from Liberia.
Then you might have heard this phrase before. Ah, my man, you got B-Howl.
Nah, I haven't heard that. You're going to have to educate me on that one.
My man, let me slow it down. You got B-Howl. All right, so your heart is big. Okay. For you to say we're gonna win the Big 12 where we can barely scrape away Alamo. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if Alamo is a fruit or whatever it is, all right, but listen, you got big heart, man. Your heart is real big. So
Love and Liberty, I was with you until you went there. I was with you all the way.
Oh, my man.
Hey, y'all, I don't want to get laughed at. You understand that, right? Like, I don't want to get laughed at, but I can't lie to you.
Listen, it's a brotherhood, man. You got to get this work. If you're around here, you know we are, and we mean well, but this is how you get the therapy out, okay?
No, I'm just saying. I know what's coming when these words escape my lips, but in my brain, I just cannot make a prediction that we're going to backslide. I know it's a rebuilding year, and I know that I'm a homer. I know I'm biased. I got on prime filtered glasses. And so, you got to take my opinion with a grain of salt. But, hey, I was pretty accurate this year. I predicted 9 wins. So I was on this year. I may be off next year. Time will tell.
I just got a notification from Prime to Colorado. Y'all know that channel. Prime to Colorado is already doing the video. Probably going to get more views because I'm live. When you do these individual videos, you get a lot more views than just like doing it in a live. Shocking. What does it say? What does the title say? Breaking. Coach Prime shockingly loses 2 coaches to SEC school. That's what happens.
Well, that means that is real, and that means that if they are being promoted to SEC schools, then we have to look at Prime differently because 1, he facilitated that relationship for that to happen, and 2, they see the work that those coaches were doing. So we have to really grade Coach Prime on a curve.
No. But these videos don't necessarily say that it happens because us as YouTubers, just like I saw that somebody said something, if I see something, I go to the real writers because the writers, their livelihoods are on the line. So that's what I do. But I know sometimes Twitter and like Instagram and stuff like that may have it, and if it's not the actual source, I don't try to do a video on it. Okay. But again, you might see somebody tweet something, you be like, "Oh shoot!" You rush to the studio. I'll rush here. I do a video. I put it out, and as soon as I put it out, it's either debunked or somebody said, that's a really hard pill to swallow." So I try to make sure that I get it from a real writer because their reputations are on the line. So, Panda, try to keep it short.
You don't want me to do my preachers. I'm coming down and keep going back.
No, because you the show was over an hour ago. So
I'll do my best to extend the show.
I know you got your hour, so just let's get up out of here, okay?
Because I really did get an extra hour.
Yes, you did.
I will say this: with all the criticism and all the praise, Coach Prime was able to produce at least 2 first-rounders, right? Possibly in the first 10, because I think Shador Stuck kind of slide a little bit yesterday.
You don't believe in Shiloh? Go ahead. Anyway,
Shiloh was auditioning for the mascot. I'm not sure whatever team that his brother goes to, he's going to be the mascot because he has pretty good dance moves, as we saw yesterday.
Yeah, he can shake and jive with the best of them.
Yes, yes. I think his
Y'all
dance
are rude. Y'all are being rude.
are electric.
The hardest hitting safety in college football. Y'all are being disrespectful. Put
No,
some,
Hey,
because when
hey,
you
put
think
some
about
respect
it,
on that man's name.
he was
his
trying not
style
to
of play
let.
doesn't exist in the NFL anymore, and I don't think that will work. But going forward, I want to give him credit because this will make at least 4 players that he have gotten to the NFL in 2 years, because we count in homie that played for Arizona.
Xavier Weaver.
We count in Weaver, and we count in Shador.
McClendon.
Huh?
Did McClendon get undrafted? Was he an undrafted free agent?
Yeah.
Did he see the field? If you don't see the field, he can't. It doesn't matter. It doesn't
I
work.
don't think he saw the field. Never mind.
So think about it. In your first 2 years at this level, you have a Heisman winner. You have at least 3 draft picks on this team currently, like for sure, and 3 possible. So we have 3 for sure picks and 3 possibles. We're
So
not
we
getting
playing
any more
spades.
else. Huh?
So we playing spades.
That's how
3 in
this
the
team is.
possible.
This team is a possible win today or a possible lose.
We're not playing chess. We're playing checkers.
We playing spades. Like, it's a possible win against BYU, or we get blown out. Guess what happened? Dun, dun, dun,
Get
dun.
blown out. Pause.
But I'm really glad that where the program is. I was saying it would have took 3 to 5 years to get to this point, but 9 wins in your second year, with only 1 full year of recruiting, is amazing. Seeing coaches be promoted, that shows that Coach Prime has something there. So I think it made me pull back a little bit of my criticism, because in 2 years he also have 4 coaches go to other schools. I'm not counting Lewis, because I think he was the one responsible of giving Oregon our playbook. I'm just sticking to that. Y'all can fight me if y'all want, but for some reason I'm feeling that at this point in time, excited about next season, but I'm not excited as Love and Liberty that talking about championship game. I don't know what he's smoking, because he live Colorado, so he's smoking something. Yeah,
Hey,
we are not that confident, but I would say 8. I would say 8 wins next season.
All right. I just want to say shout out to my guy, Wild Dog, woo, 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 with the gift of the TLP Sports Club membership. And this was picked up by that boy Rico. Hey Rico, welcome to TLP Sports Club, the Bandwagon Buffs headquarters, where we have great conversations, the best place to come and talk about sports. And you might just hear 1 or 2 cuss words, but we try to keep it light. Because I know somebody snuck in a few, but it was light, so I just let it go for now.
I just want to let that boy Rico know that my perspective is oftentimes correct. Harry is a toss up. Phil is a word salad, and Love and Liberty, he's more a little bit dealing with what you call the stats and stuff. So he's more accurate.
Love and Liberty is a gangster. He's from the White Hood, and something about a pillow. Something about a pillow with like soap in it, and his wife is pretty. And don't come for him, because he will pull up. Did I get that right? Love and Liberty?
pretty much, Harry B. You pretty much nailed it. Good job.
Okay, awesome. Awesome. All right. Phil, final thoughts.
So, first off, I want to give a shout out to the Texas Truth. They made a specific statement. I asked a specific question, and they gave a specific answer. A lot of times while I'm on the panel, I will ask a specific question, and people will just try to ramble
Phil.
on and not answer the question honestly. So the Texas truth, I'm gonna give you your flowers. God bless you. I pray that you had a wonderful Christmas and a wonderful New Year.
Phil, I'm so
But
glad God brought you in my life.
hey,
You always be
you,
trying to do
you
this
are a
shit, bro.
different dude. Look, I promise you, I've never been so appreciative of somebody being in my life as I am. I love all of
but
y'all, but just
hey,
Phil is just special to my heart. I'm telling you.
hey, I cry right now. I swear to God, I will. I cry right now. Chill out,
Yo,
man.
yo,
I'm
yo,
telling you are a blessing, bro. Like I'm telling you, when I told you you're a breath of fresh air, man, I'm like, it's different, bro. I've never had a dude like you ever. Like just,
Hey,
oh,
you used
thank
to
you.
get
That's
in
all I
trouble
can
a
say.
lot, Phil, in school.
Yeah, I got in trouble because I talked too much in class.
Yeah, because I know you would be witty with the teacher with how you play things
But
off.
now,
but you have you're older now, and you have refined the way that you do it, and it's like, man, I
my
don't
mom was a
know.
teacher. My mom was a teacher, so I ain't really like act the fool like that because she like one time like she legit like took me to the principal's office and like gave me a spanking with the paddle. So yeah, I
Like
ain't played them
you
games.
probably like if you're in a group setting, like your critical thinking skills are like off the charts. I don't know. It's crazy. But anyways, finish your thoughts so we can get up out of here.
No, but I'm gonna just say this, man. Like I mean, honestly, I'm disappointed in what I saw from Colorado last night. I had a lot higher expectations than what we saw. Right now, I'm not very confident going into next year with Colorado. I hope the Texas truth is right with saying they're going to pick up some key pieces in the transfer portal from teams that were in the playoffs. I just don't see it happening. I think Colorado might not win more than 8 games next year, which I mean is still good, seeing what they were 2 years ago and
Don't
last
cover
year.
it up. Just let it sit. Let us feel that. Let it sit. Don't cover it
He
up.
had to give context to his statement.
Yeah. Don't do
You
that
be
thing that
crazy.
DC does. Quickly try to cover it and make it feel better. No,
Okay,
let us
I put it to you
bash
like
in
this.
that.
I'm disappointed. Colorado should have looked a heck of a lot better than what they did last year. And now
Mm.
I think they're gonna be garbage next year, and that's disappointing because I
That's
wanted
an
to be
extreme.
able
You
to
Well,
just
bring.
well,
said
wait, where's
eight.
the middle ground? Wait, you went
Wait,
all
you
the way.
just went from eight to garbage like that. Wait,
I didn't say go off the
wait,
limb. I said just kind of let
wait,
us. Wait, there's no middle ground.
wait.
No, I
Phil,
mean
like,
it's. I
come on,
mean you asked the question and I gave an answer. That's all I can do.
man.
Man,
Harry, you opened the door. He was doing so good.
no, but I didn't want it to be fake. I wanted to be 100. So, like,
No, but I was being 100 though. Seriously, like I was being
which
serious.
one is it? The garbage or is it like which one is?
No,
Which one?
I think at this point we got to have a serious question about how good Deion Sanders is as a coach,
Hey, yo, low key the
especially
stuff that I won't
defense.
say in public. I think they're gonna be garbage too, bro. But I would not say that in public.
You just did.
Oh shoot.
That's fair.
Yo, what is wrong with y'all? Yo?
I'm
What is
just sitting here shaking my head.
wrong with y'all, man? I could see why people be leaving the channel, bro. Some people come in and they just
I
catch
thought
this
the love was over.
clip. Some people just come in and catch this clip and they be like, "Oh, nah, I'm not
I
listening."
thought we were in the green room. I thought the love was over.
No, but Harry,
You are not in the
hey,
green.
but listen, let me ask you a serious question though.
Yeah.
What is the? Because honestly, looking at their schedule for next year, they're going to start the season at
Phil wants to
worst
start a
3-1.
whole nother show.
They're
Phil,
going to start the season
can
at
you
worst
title it and
3-1.
send it to me so that we can make it another show? But go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. So let's put it like this: at worst, Colorado is going to start 3-1 for next season, right? Just based off of their schedule for next year. If Colorado doesn't win more than 7 games, Deion Sanders should be fired. Full stop. And
Dang.
that's me being serious.
Woo. Man.
Yo, just for context, Love and Liberty, he is an Alabama fan, so let's just take that with a grain of salt. I just want to put that out there.
Hey, Phil, I know what we're smoking in Colorado. What you smoking in Alabama?
Uh-oh. He's in Georgia.
So I'm in Georgia, and I got access to what I need access to, and I'll leave it at that.
10-4.
He did say he will be crying at 1:00 in the morning. So whatever it is, it's got to be strong. But you know what, man? Look, It is what it is.
What's your final word? Don't end on that.
No, I'm saying it is what it is. I think Prime would be okay. I have a question for Prime. Does he want to be a coach? And if he wants to be a coach, does he care about his coaching legacy? Right? Because if you care about your coaching legacy, then where do we go from here? I think those are questions that Prime has to answer. Does he want to be a coach? Does he want to continue being a coach?
So you're saying 4 people in the NFL in 2 years with a Heisman Trophy winner and 2 top 10 pick isn't a phenomenal record for a 2-year coach?
Are you asking questions on my final thoughts? Because I didn't ask you no questions.
Yo, let me cook, man.
No, but I'm just saying, like, these are things that kind of come. People don't want to talk about it, but hey, are you going to be a coach? How long are you going to be a coach? Do you want to continue being a coach? And are you trying to build a Prime legacy as a coach? Because you got the Prime time tag already, but that's you as a player, and we know that you the GOAT. Are you trying to be the GOAT as a coach?
But if he won in high school,
I'm not done.
He won in high
I'm
school.
not done. Final thoughts, remember?
Oh.
You're trying to do a whole nother show. It's just my final thoughts. This is just thoughts that I want people to go away with.
Let's go to 6 o'clock.
No. If Prime wants to be a coach and continue being a coach, number one, there's a question that's going to be coming up. Do you think it's possible to do it at Colorado, knowing that they don't have the bag, knowing that you're probably not going to get the players, the ones that you really want? Because when my guy, Love and Liberty, comes on and he has that question of why we're not running the ball, it leads me to think that there's something you know that we don't know. So that means that you're lacking something that you're not exposing to us. So all these questions are going to come out, and you give us a crumb, we're going to gather all those crumbs and make a cookie. So these questions are embedded, or the seedbeds of what you're not saying. Because for a coach who we know at Jackson State ran the ball, and then comes to Colorado and doesn't run the ball for 2 years, it begs to ask, the question has to come up like, hey, Coach Prime, did you really like know something that we didn't know? Because we don't want to just say, oh, Coach Prime, he refused to run the ball. So, Coach Prime, what do you know that we don't know? Why are your hands tied? And if your hands are tied, what's tying them? Is it money? Is it those religious groups or those anti-religious groups in Boulder that's tying your hands up? They don't want you to say anything. Are you okay, Prime? Like, blink if you're not okay. Is something bothering you? Do you need a girl?
I would say this.
Final thoughts. Do you need a girl, Prime?
Prime have a girl problem.
Hey, you had your final thoughts. If you thought it was juicy what I'm saying, you should have thought about it. Let me finish. You had your chance, okay? Hey, Prime, do you need a girl, a wife? Do you need somebody by your side that can rub your feet or your 2 toes at night, make you feel better? What is wrong, Prime? Something's wrong. And do you think the thing that you came to Colorado for, do you think it is possible?
He needs to get back with Pilar. That's what it is. He needs to get back with Pilar. He needs to make it right, and he needs to go ahead and be a godly man and be with a godly woman and stop gallivanting with these loosely women in Colorado. That's what.
If you don't stop playing about if you saw how fast Proud ran away from Pilar, if you saw how fast.
Bro, I forgot he was missing.
Remember when Prop did the 4-2 at the combine, bro? That he beat that 4-2 when he met Pilar at midfield, bro.
He didn't think twice about it. And you know, with Shiloh, Shiloh was the one who set him up with it. So you know, of all the kids, it was going to be Shiloh to do it.
Yo, the reflex was crazy, son. Yeah. I said, Prompt, look, if you blinked for 1 second, you missed Prompt. Like,
but you know that whole divorce was like real nasty though. Like if you know anything about that.
No, I know, bro. I saw
it was rough.
I'm telling you, I saw some of the footage. It was bad, and but for you to keep putting that, he need to get back with her. That's diabolical. All right, guys, man. Y'all have a great Sunday. Have a great weekend, man. I'm hoping to bring back Monday Night Football. If I bring it back, man, I want to talk about Prime. I want to talk about what's next for Prime. Is Prime leaving? Did he coach like he was leaving? Somebody said it and it stuck in my head, and I'm like, I don't want to think about that. But is it possible that he coached like he didn't care?
No, he didn't coach like he didn't care. They just didn't execute. Them boys didn't show up to play. I mean, he deserves some of the blame, but the players didn't do what they needed to do as well. And you got
Yo, you're supposed to answer this question on Monday Night Football, bro. You're answering it right now.
I'm sorry. I can't help it. I'm sorry.
I know. Y'all,
I'm gonna go on mute. Y'all be blessed.
Bye, y'all. Y'all take care.
Love and Liberty. I'm just about to subscribe.
Thank you, Panda. I appreciate that, man.
Everybody go to
I want to encourage everybody to do some homework before the next live stream. Check out that CU Aunties page and look at all the transfers and freshmen coming in, and then let's talk about that next time a little bit. You know, obviously your discretion and leadership, Harry, but when I look at it, I start to feel optimistic.
Hey man, so let's plan something where you go live and then you and I go do a live together, and so that we can bless your page. You feel me?
I would love that, Harry. Let's do it.
All right, man. So email me. You know the email already. That's how you come onto the show. That same email. Hit me up. Be like, yo, Harry B. These are the times I got. If this is good for you, and then we'll go from there.
Sounds good.
All right, guys. Y'all take care. I'm out. Bye. Have a great one. I hope y'all feel better. I hope this whole thing was therapy for a lot of y'all, because I'll sure feel better. Now I forgot about the loss for a second, but as soon as the show ends, I'm gonna be like, "Damn, we lost!" Like, oh shoot, we did lose. Oh man!
Now,
all right, guys.
I forgot we lost for real though.
I did. I know. I seriously forgot about the fact that we took an L like that. And as soon as I say end, I'm gonna be like, "Oh man, I can't believe we took an L like that." But all right, let me go be by myself.
And this one, we couldn't even blame the refs.
Dude, you trying to start a new show? Bye, Panda. Take care, guys. Y'all have a great evening. Peace.